Good morning again, everyone. We are calling to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and chairwoman of the committee. The time is now 11:10 a.m. on Wednesday, February 11th, 2026, and we're conducting this public hearing in person in room 120 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. We're also streaming on the DC Council website and on YouTube and X at CM Brooke Pinto. Today, the committee is meeting to conduct performance oversight hearings for the Department of Forensic Sciences, or DFS, and the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. We'll first hear from DFS, where the department's mission is to provide high quality, timely, accurate, unbiased, transparent, and reliable forensic science services to the district and other law enforcement investigative agencies with the overarching goal of enhancing public safety. The department works to accomplish this mission through its three core divisions: the Forensic Science Laboratory, which undertakes independent scientific examinations and analysis on behalf of DC government and federal agencies that have submitted physical evidence to the agency. This evidence may include fingerprints, firearms, ammunition, blood, and tissue samples. Second, the Public Health Laboratory, which undertakes testing of biological and chemical samples that relate to public health and safety, including naturally occurring or man-made infectious agents, chemical agents, and environmental specimens that may be responsible for human illness or death. And third, the Crime Scene Services Division, which undertakes the collection, analysis, processing, and preservation of evidence found at or associated with the crime scene, as well as intake, stewardship, and transfer of such evidence to our public safety agencies. DFS is an important component of the district's public safety ecosystem, including by testing evidence and providing expert testimony in the furtherance of justice. I want to begin by acknowledging Interim Director Diaz and the staff at DFS for the substantial progress the agency has made over the past year. It has really been remarkable, particularly in restoring accreditation across key forensic units. As of January 2026, the Forensic Biology Unit, Forensic Chemistry Unit, and Latent Fingerprint Unit are all accredited by the ANSI National Accreditation Board. Notably, both the Forensic Biology and Forensic Chemistry units received accreditation with zero nonconformities found, and the Latent Fingerprint Unit with only one nonconformity found. These are extremely important milestones after several challenging years. At the same time, accreditation is not a one-time achievement. Maintaining accreditation, completing reaccreditation cycles, and ensuring sustained compliance across all units requires stable staffing, consistent training, and reliable funding. During today's hearing, I want to better understand, how DFS is planning for the long-term maintenance of accreditation, particularly for any units that remain in reaccreditation or are operating under heightened oversight. I hope, as you know, Dr. Diaz, that you stay leading the department for as long as possible. And I also want to recognize that we have to ensure that the department has very strong infrastructure in place so that no matter who is leading the agency can always be successful. I'm also interested in discussing the staffing challenges that you've been experiencing with the Forensic Science Laboratory and the Public Health Laboratory, where vacancy rates and training pipelines continue to strain operations. I want to importantly hear updates on DFS's efforts to build and scale in-house DNA testing capacity and how we can support that work. I know you know this is an issue very important to me, and so thank you for your partnership there. I intend to spend time in the crime scene sciences unit, including response time, staffing stability, and the steps being taken to ensure that data integrity and public trust is maintained. Then we'll turn to the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, otherwise known as DMPSJ. The Deputy Mayor is responsible for providing direction, guidance, and support to and coordination of the district's public safety agencies to develop and lead interagency public safety initiatives to improve the quality of life in district neighborhoods. The Deputy Mayor provides oversight of a number of critical agencies, including the Metropolitan Police Department, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Department of Corrections, Fire and Emergency Management Services, and the Office of Unified Communications. I am very interested to hear from Deputy Mayor Pia today about the range of public safety issues that her office coordinates. And we hear a lot in the government about the different silos of what each agency is responsible for. And the deputy mayor can play and does play a really integral role of making sure that all of that operation doesn't just happen in silos, but that it's really driving towards our shared goal of ensuring that everybody can be safe in the District of Columbia. I'm very interested to hear today from Deputy Mayor Pia about the range of public safety issues that she and her office coordinates. Last year, we saw serious attacks and interference on our city from the federal government, on our autonomy, how we govern ourselves, how we legislate, and an increased federal presence in our local public safety efforts. And I want to hear from Deputy Mayor Pia today about the current status of the federal surge, how her office is working to prioritize supporting our local law enforcement and public safety infrastructure, and preventing undue interference from our federal partners, especially interference that can make our communities less safe. The deputy mayor has an especially important role in facilitating data sharing, communication, and cohesion among our public safety agencies. We must ensure that all available resources, both from law enforcement and community-based efforts, are working in concert to keep our residents safe. I look forward to discussing how these resources are being channeled to address violent crime, including the merger of our violence interruption programs that we did in last year's budget, and focused efforts on addressing criminal activity by some of our young people, particularly as reductions in violent crimes committed by young people continue to lag the overall reductions we're seeing in violent crime overall. We must have and implement a coordinated and effective strategy for engaging our young people and giving them positive opportunities for development and recreation. We'll also discuss several important safety grant programs administered by her office to contribute to safety for our young people that I included and started in the budget, from our nonprofits and religious institution grants, to make sure that everybody can be safe where they worship and where they recreate. Grants started for our commercial areas through our Safe Passage and Safe Commercial Corridors grants, which is another important reminder of sometimes resources are best scaled at government, and sometimes it is best to get resources in the hands of people closest to the problem. And managing that balance is a very important part of the deputy mayor's role. Ensuring public safety requires a coordinated and data-driven, community-centered approach, one that not only responds to crime, but actively works to prevent it and intervene by addressing the root causes and strengthening our critical partnerships across agencies, not just those in the public safety cluster, but agencies across the entirety of the government. I appreciate how hard the deputy mayor works every single day to promote public safety and coordinate all of the agencies in our public safety cluster, and I look forward to our discussion today. I also want us to think more critically about how we can use AI and advancements in technology to drive to better outcomes in public safety. Everything from looking at how our officers are handling overtime, to ensuring that we're encouraging more use of the nurse triage line so people aren't waiting in line at an emergency room for something that could be handled over the phone. We are in 2026, and technologies are evolving, and we need to ensure that we are leaning into the opportunities that that creates, not just for efficiencies, but to make sure that our public safety professionals can get back to doing what they do best and that we can be improving outcomes. And I look forward to discussing that with the deputy mayor as well today. So we're starting with DFS. We have one public witnesses who's joined us virtually, so you can stay there, Dr. Diaz, and we're going to hear from you online, Tiffany Montgomery. Ms. Montgomery, are you here? Okay. Well, as a reminder, anyone can submit any testimony they have for the record by Wednesday, February 25th. But with that, Dr. Diaz, we'll turn back to you. I'm going to re-swear you in if that's all right, because we've technically started a new hearing. Thank you very much. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the council and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Great. Thank you very much. And Dr. Diaz, I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have on DFS.
Certainly. Thanks again, Madam Chairwoman. First of all, I would like to thank you and the committee that you lead for the huge effort that you made in making the Scientific Advisory Board of DFS into a very robust committee. We have 9 members now. Each member has an expertise, national and international expertise in their field. I'm not going to go through the biography of each and every one of those, but we have a member that is going to be in May sworn in as the next president of the American Society of Crime Laboratories, or ASCLD, and another member that is going to be sworn in June as the next president of the Society of Toxicology. And we have a member who was the director of the crime lab system of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, one member who is the director of the crime lab of Broward County, Florida, for Lauderdale. We have a member who was the scientific director for Harris County, Texas, Houston, and we have now a expert in the public health laboratory, and we have Dr. Roger Mitchell, a DC resident, who also, as opposed to myself, has a background in forensic biology. So he started his career before medical school as a DNA analyst. So he brings that dual expertise. We have Mr. Mogul, who has extensive expertise of 35 years in accreditation. So that's been a big effort into making sure that the Scientific Advisory Board of DFS is a great one. My remarks are circumscribed to a page or something, a page and a half. So I am proud to report on the measurable impact DFS has made over the past year, utilizing the resources provided by Mayor Bowser in her efforts to provide safer streets for district residents and visitors. I value this opportunity to recognize agency efforts to improve our operations, maintain our quality, engage our customers, build toward the future, and help create a safer, stronger DC. Our progress is strengthened by the collaboration of an experienced scientific advisory board led by Ms. Laura Sutkamp. Their scientific insight and commitment to excellence provide DFS with a trusted resource for advancing innovation and maintaining the highest standards. Building on this strong foundation of expert guidance, I would now like to share an overview of the accomplishments achieved across each of our programs within DFS. In fiscal year 25, the Forensic Science Lab continued to deliver timely and high-quality forensic services to the district criminal justice system. The Forensic Biology Unit processed 224 physical evidence recovery kits from sexual assault survivors, completing 192 kits within the mandated 90-day window and maintaining an average turnaround time of 80 days. This unit also entered 883 DNA profiles into CODIS, generating 460 investigative hits. Notably, in January 25, the FBU team, the Forensic Biology team, responding to the mid-air collision, and with their Herculean efforts, we were able to achieve the fastest identification of victims as well as reassociation of the remains. The Forensic Science Lab also maintain their accreditation. This is the third time in 3 years they've been accredited and reaccredited. The Forensic Chemistry Unit achieved 100% completion in testing and reporting cases received received within the 60-day turnaround time, exceeding the annual target of 90%, while the latent fingerprint unit achieved ANAB accreditation and resumed casework, completing 586 cases and making 1,404 AFIS entries, resulting in 297 hits. Forensic Science Lab also strengthened its national presence by delivering 8 presentations, including 1 workshop at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences' 77th annual meeting, reinforcing DFS standing in the forensic science community. In December 25, FSL received its annual accreditation, as I mentioned before, in ISO 17025, AR 3125, and FBI Quality Assurance Standards, QAS, with 0 nonconformities or area for improvement, underscoring FSL commitment to scientific integrity and operational excellence. The Crime Scene Division operated as a 24 response team, processing 4,854 crime scene and handling over 50,000 evidence items in fiscal year 25. Crime Scene strengthened its operational capacity by hiring 10 new staff members and upgrading its fleet with 5 new vehicles. The division invested in staff development through firearm and evidence processing training and laid the groundwork for its new Evidence Processing Unit, or EPU, which began operations in November 25. The EPU primary purpose is to process evidence in-house for the collection of latent prints and DNA, eliminating the need for outsourcing and accelerating forensic analysis. This initiative represents a major step toward improving turnaround times and maintaining a strict chain of custody protocols. Combined with enhanced documentation techniques, these advancements will significantly improve the district's ability to reconstruct crime scene accurately in support of judicial and prosecutorial decision-making. The Public Health Lab, PHL, played a critical role in safeguarding community health through extensive testing and surveillance in fiscal year 25. PHL conducted nearly 15,000 clinical and surveillance tests and 219 proficiency tests, monitoring pathogens such as influenza, COVID-19, measles, and pox. The Molecular Diagnostic Unit expanded its capability by conducting MERS surveillance, implementing wastewater testing, and providing rapid support during measles outbreak investigation. The Next Generation Sequencing Unit not only sequenced 237 SARS-CoV-2 samples and analyzed foodborne pathogens, but also assisted in resolving a contamination incident at Howard University Hospital, demonstrating its ability to support healthcare facilities. The Clinical Toxicology Unit strengthened the district opioid response by implementing a syringe testing program for paraphernalia and expanding near-fatal overdose urine drug surveillance, delivering critical data for public health interventions. Additionally, the Bioterrorism Unit enhanced preparedness through expanded biofire testing for hemorrhagic fevers, while the BioWatch Unit maintained uninterrupted biosurveillance during the federal government shutdown and provided expanded testing for inauguration events. These accomplishments, coupled with national recognition, including CNN coverage of an Illumina feature of the respiratory syncytial virus surveillance, highlights PHL's breadth and depth in protecting public health and responding to emerging threats. The administrative support team provided critical oversight and resources to ensure smooth operations across DFS. The Office of the Chief Information Officer delivered advanced IT solutions to support forensic and public health divisions, while Human Resources expanded career pipelines through educational outreach and hosted approximately 50 interns. The agency reinforced employee well-being through mental health initiatives and strengthened its culture of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Key operation functions, including performance management, budget and procurement, and facilities maintenance, were effectively managed to sustain agency readiness. The Office of General Counsel launched its speaker series addressing human factors in forensic science and decision-making threshold, fostering dialogue on critical issues impacting scientific integrity. Quality assurance maintained rigorous compliance standards, closing 157 quality events and supporting successful accreditation audits while the Health and Safety Unit modernized standard operating procedures and overhauled batch access system to enhance securities. These efforts collectively emphasize DFS commitment to operational excellence, workforce development, and community engagement. I could not be prouder of the work DFS has done under this leadership. I am confident DFS will deliver even greater return for the people of the district. I would like to acknowledge Mayor Bowser, City Administrator Donahue, and Deputy Mayor Apia and their staff for the continuous and generous support of DFS as we strive to achieve the mayor's vision of a safer, stronger DC. I would like also, I would be remiss if I don't, to recognize our scientific advisory board and public safety partners who supports DFS. I'm thankful for the DFS team who work within the office and laboratories whose stronger science has led to safer streets for all citizens of the District of Columbia. In closing, I would like to thank you for your leadership and support. We appreciate the opportunity to share our achievement. This concludes my remarks. But I would like to add, time marches on. In May is going to be the third year that I've been the interim director. DFS is a rather complicated agency. Somebody came with the construct that have what we call crime laboratories, but in reality, those are different agencies housed within a specific building. So a forensic biology unit is one agency, the chemistry unit is an agency, the latent fingerprints is an agency. If we compare and contrast with the medical examiner, it's a complex choreography with one work product, which will be an autopsy report accompanied with the death certificate. A lot of things could happen in between, misidentification of a decedent, releasing the wrong decedent, and so on. But it's only one work product. A crime laboratory such as DFS has multiple different facets that are in essence different agencies within one. And that adds a complexity to the work. That's not unique to DFS. That happens to every crime laboratory in the United States. And I wouldn't say it's difficult, but it's difficult to lead such a complicated agency. We are very proud of what we have achieved. We're very proud of the relationship we have with our stakeholder. We have a main stakeholder, which is the United States Attorney's Office. We have a strong relationship in terms of the United States Attorney sponsoring our scientists. We're very close to achieve that for DNA. And they are a great partner, very supportive of our efforts, and we are in constant communication. Our second stakeholder is the Office of the Attorney General for the district. And again, because I come from the medical examiner world, it's different for the medical examiner. Our stakeholders, obviously, is the U.S. Attorney, the Office of the Attorney General, but all the prosecutorial arms of Virginia, Maryland, and sometimes West Virginia, because the jurisdiction is where you die. So for us as medical examiner, we testify in all those jurisdictions. For DFS, it's the United States Attorney's Office. And at the risk of being repetitious, we're very thankful for their support in the fiscal year 25. I have here virtually Dr. Jennifer Love. She's the Chief Science Officer and Deputy Director. And Dr. Love is remote from New Orleans because she's attending the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. This is the second year that DFS has the largest number of scientific presentations in a national conference. So that's an achievement in itself. And I have with me Ms. Kiana Hall, who's the Director of Human Resources. To her left is Dr. Jocelyn Hauser, who is the Director of the Public Health Laboratories. I came to find out, because a lot of people in the districts ask me, it's unusual that the Public Health Lab is housed within the Consolidated Forensic Labs, but we're not unique. Happens in a couple of more jurisdictions. So in Kentucky as well, happens. Our Scientific Advisory Board chair told us as much, and we recruited a Scientific Advisory Board member from Tennessee, and she works in a similar construct as well. To her left is Mr. Tom Fontenot, Chief Information Officer. We have Mr. Dave Gardner for the office OCFO, as well as Ms. Shelley Graham, and the agency fiscal officer, Ms. Patrice Mason. So, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And I'll swear you in a moment, Dr. Love, but our public witness has joined us. So I'm going to invite you to share your testimony, and then we'll turn back to questions. Thank you, Dr. Diaz. Ms. Montgomery, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this morning. I wanted to raise concerns that the DC Department of Forensic Sciences lost its accreditation in part due to what was described as criminal conduct. And while this took place, when the accreditation was lost due to the alleged criminal conduct, the department or the agency employed a very dishonest person as its general counsel by the name of Rashi Raj, who is a known perjurer. And Ms. Raj is in part responsible for the loss of accreditation due to what then DC Attorney General Carl Racine called, quote, fraudulent behavior. And Ms. Raj, or criminal suspect Raj, went on to serve as the general counsel at the DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, which was also an agency referred for criminal investigation by the DC Department of Human Resources, as well as the DC Metropolitan Police Department. Ms. Raj repeatedly committed perjury while in office as general counsel, and she misused government time in order to create very offensive political videos on social media, in which she also used an adult sex toy. I sent screenshots to your office, as well as the members of the MPD leadership, as well as the corrupt DC Bega board members who did nothing. And now allegedly Ms. Raj, or criminal suspect Raj, is acting as, or was hired as, an administrative law judge. Attorney General Brian Schwab is aware of this situation. There's a pending matter before the U.S. Attorney's Office, but I wanted to let the public know that this committee has for several years been aware of the criminal conduct of criminal suspect Rashi Raj, and she transferred from this agency, the Department of Forensic Sciences, which lost its accreditation under her role as general counsel, and she went on to DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability and repeatedly committed her fraudulent and criminal behavior at that agency. And now allegedly she is an administrative law judge, after I submitted proof that Ms. Raj not only committed perjury repeatedly, and she was referred for criminal investigation by the DC Department of, or the DC Police Department. She also engaged in serious misconduct in public office, once again, while she was at the DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability. And I also sent this information to United States Congress. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify regarding the Department of Forensic Science.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Dr. Love, I'm sorry I didn't have you come off mute earlier, but if I can swear you in before we start some questions. Do you swear under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the council and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Great, thank you so much, and thanks for joining us from New Orleans and representing the district there with the broader audience. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
So Dr. Diaz, I want to start with DNA testing. As you know, this is an issue that I think is extremely important for us to handle in-house in DC and ensure that we are getting accurate information around crime scenes. It's been very helpful in proving cases, in many cases, some that were decades old, and making sure that we're charging the right person. And so it's very helpful for a whole number of reasons. A lot of the agency's evidence analysis and reporting is still being outsourced to outside entities. For the FBU, I have that total analysis and reports are 91% are happening outside the agency. For the FCU, 72% are outsourced. For the LFU, 98% are being outsourced. DNA testing is currently being performed in-house, but the overall capacity remains limited with a significant portion of requested analyses still being outsourced. You note in your pre-hearing responses that the forensic biology unit receives over 1,000 DNA testing requests every year, and that a fully trained analyst can complete about 100 cases per year. That DFS currently has 3 fully trained reporting analysts, and several are still in training, as well as multiple vacancies. So what is the current gap between DFS's existing in-house DNA testing capacity versus the actual volume? And what do you need for us to fill that so that we can handle DNA testing in-house? And then Dr. Love, if you have any thoughts on how much cost savings that could ultimately yield if we were to handle everything in-house, that'd be helpful as well.
I know I tend to talk too much sometimes, but before Dr. Love said something, I think you already done a lot by approving 3.5 million in the next fiscal year just for DNA. I would like to say that leading an agency like DFS, which became the favorite punching bag for everybody, and to explain the deficiency of others, not that DFS was without fault. How do you come back from such a dark place? And it's about consistency. It's about quality of work. It's about accreditation and continuing accreditation. So I would like to say that. And with that, Dr. Love, that's her area of expertise.
You're still muted, Dr. Love.
Thank you. And thank you for this question. And thank you for the opportunity to join this hearing remotely. So what you're seeing in terms of these in-house capacity for DNA analysis is really you're seeing data from a transition year. So once we got accreditation and came online, at that point, we were looking at a backlog of casework at approximately about 100 cases or 1,000 cases, a little more than 1,000 cases. Meanwhile, we had a CODIS backlog of closer to 1,200 cases. And just to be clear, the way that DNA analysis works, the first step is to analyze the evidence, and then the second step is to put the analysis into CODIS to potentially get a match to a suspect. When you outsource analysis, we can get that first step completed, but only DFS can then put that case into CODIS to potentially get the match. So what we did when we got accredited is we had federal grant money that was about to be expired. So we used that money to continue the outsourcing while we put full in-house resources towards that CODIS backlog. And we were able to reduce that backlog to 0. Now, once that was done, we then turned internal resources to in-house testing. However, with the mid-air collision in February, we then turned the FBU resources to working the the recovery and doing a quickly reassociating the remains so that they can be returned to the families. So during that period, we did no criminal casework and we focused completely on the response. Now that is done and we've been able to turn our efforts back to in-house casework, we have seen our in-house capacity increase. Also, with returning to doing casework, our individuals that were in being trained, that training was paused because part of the training program requires observation of casework and then performing under supervision of the trainee. So now that we are doing casework in-house, we are able to move our trainees along more quickly. So we have 5 individuals that are currently in training that we are looking to get them through during FY26. With that, we will have 8 analysts, which then increases our capacity closer to 70% at the current request rate. Then we do have a number of vacancies that we have posted. They have just, the position, the application period has just closed. So we will bring them, hopefully onboard them in the next few months and then begin the training program there. So it does take a significant amount of time to train a DNA analyst to the point to where they are a reporting analyst. This is consistent across the country, but we are well on our way to having a larger number of reporting analysts. Will significantly build our in-house capacity. So through the next year, we're looking at more than doubling our number of analysts that can report out results.
Do you have all of the technology and systems updates that you need to implement it? It's now just a staffing challenge.
Yes, so we have just recently procured a updated Star Mix software program. So we had originally validated our Star Mix back in 2015. We have now purchased the upgrade. We do need to do a validation of several pieces of equipment and then the software. However, we are able to outsource that. So we can rely on other companies to help us analyze the data as we validate these systems, meanwhile focusing in-house on the training and performing the casework. So we are looking to upgrade our systems, but we do have the support we need to allow that to continue at the same time that we're working the casework and increasing our in-house capacity.
Okay, so the $3.5 million that we put in the contingency budget, that is for this current fiscal year. I know none of that funding has been authorized yet, but by the mayor. But that's what the council passed and was then certified by the CFO. So if that money is authorized to be used, what specifically would it be spent on?
Yeah, so that funding will be used to continue to outsource with the forensic biology unit, as well as the forensic chemistry unit and the latent fingerprint unit. In those units as well, we have individuals that are training that we hope that will come out of training this fiscal year and will begin to perform analysis as well. So we are looking in that funding to support the outsourcing that we need. We also are going to use that funding to maintain our instruments, to support our contract, to allow our regular performance maintenance that we need to do to meet accreditation requirements. So some funding will be used for that as well. And then a small portion will support the firearms, or I'm sorry, the ATF, the equipment for firearms and examination that we have in-house. And we do annual maintenance on that. And then finally, some of the funds will be used to support this validation of our updated Star Mix software.
Okay, so the funding was intended to be used to bring DNA testing in-house. So I'm worried about that first category that you said it'll be used to continue outsourcing. Why is that?
So continuing to outsource allows us to keep our backlog at a sustainable amount while we focus on training our individuals. So the way that it works is it allows our staff to continue to train in-house and then during this period of transition. So after come fiscal year FY27, we'll have more analysts ready to take on bench work and reporting results, so which increases our capacity. So this funding is getting us across this final gap year as we build in-house capacity.
But if we only have 3 analysts, is that right, currently? Who can do
Yes.
100 cases a year.
Yes.
And you said we're going to have the capacity to double that. So in theory, they could do 600 cases a year.
Actually, we're looking at 8, so 800, a total of 8, so more than double. So we're looking at around 800.
Okay, so we could do 800
700
a year, but you're receiving over 1,300 DNA cases. So even with all of that, some will still need to be outsourced.
Yes, yes. So even with all that, we will have to rely on some outsourcing. And we are also filling 2 vacant positions as well. But again, they will need more than a year to train. So we do get federal government funds every year, the CBER grant. And so we will continue to rely on the CBER grant for some of our outsourcing, but we do have that money that will be coming in as well to help support.
Okay, but what would have happened or what will happen if the 3.5 million is not approved?
If the 4.5 million is not approved, we will begin to build a significant backlog in forensic biology as well as forensic chemistry and the latent fingerprint unit.
Okay, and was that request, like forgetting even the in-house need, just the backlog need, was that part of your budget request last year?
Yes, it was, and the executive is fully aware of the consequences of not having those resources available. With accreditation and reaccreditation, everybody's happy, but with it comes increasing the demand and the complexity of the demands. So I raised the topic in the last budget review team meeting that occurs a few weeks ago. So I think we're very close into approving. You asked me, looking at the future, that will be a goal of this directorship to have that approved, because if you think about it, it's baby steps. We're coming from a place of nothingness to a place of building up. It takes, on average in the United States, 18 to 24 months to train a DNA analyst. And then you're running always the risk that you train them and they leave. Happens in every instance. But if you come from a place of zero accreditation, horrendous reputation, is building that up. That's why Dr. Love is at the American Academy of Forensic Science doing scientific presentation. I'm interested in working there. So it's building momentum. So is the forensic biology unit will be able to stand on its own? I would say 2 years. But we're getting an increase in the demand of services for sure, which our stakeholders are keenly aware of it, as well as the executive. Without those monies, we will be back, not to a square one, but we will be set back significantly.
So how much money would it take, or how many positions would it take to bring everything in-house for DNA testing?
It's not the number of positions, it's the amount of time it takes to train. So it will take, Dr. Love has envisioned more than double. If we can have a few more positions, I don't want to steal Dr. Love thunder, but I would say 4 to 6 more positions, we will be in a better position. There is always in any forensic biology unit, the need to outsource for various reasons. Same as we talk about the medical examiner that has a very comprehensive postmortem toxicology. We still have a contract for outsourcing. We do it few and far between, but you need that capability. So I would say 4 to 6 positions, Dr. Love, unless you correct me.
No, I agree.
I mean, I understand why this is going to take some time. I guess I'm just worried because last year my understanding was, and this is the pitch that I said to my colleagues too on getting this $3.5 million approved as part of the contingency budget, was that it is of great value to the city to have DNA testing handled in-house. We have a backlog. We're doing this on an outsourced basis, and it's going to cost us $3.5 million to bring it in-house. And so now what I'm hearing, perhaps for the first time, is that we're not actually bringing it all in-house, but it will enable us to work through some of our backlog and continue the march towards the in-house move.
Yes, and we need to cure those backlogs while at the same time training people to have that accomplished. They go hand in hand. You can hire the best DNA analyst. You cannot put them to do bench work the next day. You have, that's the standard. You have to wait those 18 months. I wish the rules were different, but they're not. But we are getting there for sure. So it's not going to, that investment spearheaded by the council is not going to go to waste.
And if I could add just one clarification. So because of this support that we're currently having and what we have with the federal government grants, we do not have a casework backlog in FBU. We have been able to handle all the cases as they're currently coming in. So it is a great service to our criminal justice partners to be able to get them results in a timely manner without having to wait through this backlog. So it definitely allows us to meet the needs of the community at this time.
Thank you. Well, look forward to continuing the conversation about this in this year's budget as well. As you know, this is going to be a very challenging budget. And so I don't want this basic need to be considered superfluous or extra expense, because we have an excellent DFS now and we want to be handling DNA testing in-house. So just want to make sure that that stays at the top of
Everybody's
agenda. I'm looking at Opla. Thank you. Okay, so speaking of the progress and improvements that you've led, we're now in a very different accreditation environment than we were. And under your leadership, we've gained reaccreditation. What are some of the risks that you see over the next couple of years around that? And how can we make sure that we maintain that accreditation going forward?
The risks are not losing accreditation, but the risks are in terms of maintaining the morale of the agency, in terms of retaining the proper personnel. And it's not about my leadership. I think I have made very modest contributions. It's the people that work for DFS, especially the people that been there for over a decade, that withstood all the bad years. And how do you maintain that? How do you keep DFS at the forefront? It's basically a battle that goes against, as I said earlier, DFS became the favorite punching bag of everybody. Something is not working, it's because of DFS, even though the complainers had nothing to do with us, but it's an easy target. How do you maintain that? To me, it's retaining the personnel. Without the human resources, you get nowhere. How do you recruit the proper personnel? And there is complaints and complaints. However, as I said, our services are more in demand than ever from every single department. And at the same time, do we want an agency that the federal capital of the United States deserve? Well, we need to expand in what we do, but it's a difficult balance. How do you expand the services while at the same time trying to build up what you didn't have. You know, case example, the forensic biology unit, you're coming from zero. The latent fingerprint, you're coming from zero. So all those accreditations were withdrawn, and then to regain the trust, especially of our stakeholder. And we opened the doors for the United States Attorney, who has reviewed the different sections with their own experts, and they agreed that they are in good shape. But how do you maintain to miss the human resources? I think the director is, I wouldn't say inconsequential, but it's not about the leadership of one person. It's about the agency overall, in my opinion. If I disappear today, I am confident that DFS will maintain accreditation because there is a culture of quality. But that culture has to be sustained. And you know, as I said at the beginning, it's a very complicated agency with an extremely difficult choreography. Things will happen on a daily basis. And the last thing DFS needs is knee-jerk reactions. You know, it's like, see what happened? And, you know, because it's everyday work. It's rather complicated. It's not an excuse, but it's a rather complicated agency. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, well, thank you. I certainly hope you don't disappear today. But I hear you, and thank you for all of your effort to rebuild the agency in so many ways. In terms of ensuring that that culture is consistent throughout the agency, I'm really worried about some of the vacancies that you all have. How are you thinking about filling vacant positions and ensuring that you have sufficient staff to do this important work?
Again, that's why Dr. Love is at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. We're attending national conference, regional conference, local conferences. That's where the prospective employees, prospective scientists will see the progress made by DFS. It's no secret that our area is a little bit more expensive than other areas. So we have recruited a significant number of scientists that would say yes, but then they take that offer to their current employer. See, Washington, D.C. is offering me this. And then they withdraw their application. It has happened, Dr. Love, to my count, like at least 6 times. So that's the nature of the beast because of where we are. But you have to be aggressively recruiting. And my goal as the director is to restore the not the quality, but the reputation that this is a serious agency, that it doesn't help anybody to be litigating the past of things that, you know, okay, they lost accreditation in 2014. Well, guess what? I was in Detroit in 2014. I wasn't here. You know, it doesn't help anybody. But, you know, there is a culture that, again, it's a very easy target, not that DFS was without their own mistakes, but it's rebuilding that. You know, do a scientist wants to work and have a valid concern? Are these people going to maintain the accreditation? Is their budget going to be decreased or not decreased? Am I going to have the resources? Am I going to be exposed professionally if something like that happens? And that's why it's a testament to the people that remain through various crises.
Was DFS impacted by the citywide hiring freeze last year?
We all were, for sure. We all were, yes.
Did you apply for an exemption?
Yes, we applied for exception. The exemption was given to an important position. A couple of people accepted, and then same thing that I told you. You know, it comes with, as I said, with the territory. I am optimistic that with the passing of time, and people see, well, this is the 3rd year they get reaccredited, and then the 4th, and so on and so forth.
You think that the reaccreditation will help with staffing?
100%. So the first reaccreditation or accreditation happened in December 23. Then it happened again December 24. Then happened again in December 25. So the more time it happens without a hitch, the more it solidifies the reputation of DFS as an agency that will maintain. As you said in your opening statements, one thing is getting accreditation, whole different ballgame is to sustain it through time. That's the difficult part.
So that makes sense to impact it. But as we see some of the agencies, I mean, Forensic Science Lab, 37% vacancy, 36% in the Public Health Lab. Are there any strategies for this year that we can expect to fill some of those?
More aggressiveness in terms of recruiting. The Public Health Lab, and I don't want Dr. Hauser, I don't know if you want to elaborate. Public Health Lab is depending on federal grants that are handled through the Department of Health. And those are, those have been difficult to get. So Public Health Lab is always at the edge of, am I going to get the grant or not? Do I advertise and hire somebody that may be in jeopardy of losing their job and so on? But I don't know, Dr. Hauser, if you'd like to expand on that.
Sure. I'll have to just swear you in. So. Hi, Dr. Hauser. Welcome. We've got Dr. Hauser here, who runs the Public Health Lab at DFS. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yes, so just to elaborate on Dr. Diaz's statement, yes, one of the things is depending on federal grants, a lot of times when people are recruiting, they see that it's a grant funded position. And so sometimes there's some hesitancy in terms of how long that position will be available. And so to kind of offset that, we do rely in terms of recruitment, we do rely heavily on fellows that we have fellowship program partnerships that we have with CDC, as well as the Association of Public Health Laboratories. So right now, we've just onboarded about 6 or 7 new fellows. They are 1-year terms that can be renewed for a second year. And so they just started last month, and the couple in December just started. So that is our main I would say, strategy to get in potential hires for public health lab, particularly in the laboratory, at the laboratory entry level position.
Are those vacancies accounted for inclusive of federally funded positions?
I believe so, yes. Yes.
Okay, how many of them are federal funded?
There, I can give you that, follow up on that number to give you an accurate number.
Okay.
The environment for Public Health Lab is I was saying, Madam Chairwoman, that the environment for Public Health Lab now with the federal government and the Center for Disease Control is one of trepidation. You don't know which grants are going to be today and which ones are going to not be tomorrow. And it's difficult. We have used, in order to carry some of our scientists, we have used local funds and vacancy savings of the agency just to carry those people, because the work of the Public Health Lab is paramount, not only, as I said on my statement, about virus surveillance, but wastewaters. And PHL, the commonality between PHL, medical examiner, and DFS is we don't take appointments. PHL doesn't take appointments. So one day it's not that busy, the next day there is an Mpox outbreak. And then we need to have everything at the ready. Because everybody expects answer right away. So I have to say it's not the fault of the local government, district government, or council. A lot of public health labs in the United States are depending on the Center for Disease Control. And One day they say yes, and then next day the grants are no longer there. And then a week later, something is restored. So it's kind of, I don't have the right word in English to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge challenge, and
It is a huge
something-
challenge.
It's something we need all of our federal partners to understand. It's like the basic operations of government and keeping people safe and healthy are being greatly undermined.
And
by that
that's the
consistency.
key word, basic operations. Nobody's asking for the moon and the stars. It's basic. If you have a viral outbreak, which has been happening since the dawn of time, now we have technology. We know what they are or have the potential to know, but if there is no funding and then there is, like we're in February, like influenza A, influenza B, like different uh, different type of viruses that mutate. Uh, if you don't look for it, you will never know. You would just see the victims, elderly people having pneumonia and so on and so forth. It comes down to that, basic services, basic. Nobody's asking for luxurious items.
Yeah. Okay. So I have just so you don't have to get back to me on it, that the public health lab has 22 vacant positions. So what I'm just trying to figure out is how, if there's 22 vacant positions, are those about half and half local, federal? Like, do we have a sense of how many of those are there? Because as we will try to deal with the federal government issue, but at the same time, want to make sure that we're filling our local vacancies.
I believe there, at least majority of them are federal
All
grants.
federal. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you talk about the internal protocols for the storage and continuity of custody for rape kits at DFS?
Yes, Dr. Love?
So rape kits are handled like any other evidence item. They're received from law enforcement, brings them straight to our central evidence unit. They're received, they're tracked through our LIMS system, which are laboratory information management system. They are either tested in-house or they're outsourced, and then they are our turnaround time meets the SAVRA requirements. So they're just handled as other evidence. There is no backlog on perks, is what we call them, or sexual assault kits.
And how many have we had over the last year?
I can get that number for you. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay. In years past, it's come up that there's been a storage space issue for these kits at DFS. Is that no longer an issue?
Yeah, it's no longer an issue, no.
Okay, and do you have any concerns about continuity of custody?
I don't have any concerns of continuity of custody. We have a robust quality assurance management system in which we have a low threshold for opening a quality event anytime there any sort of incident occurs or there looks to be a potential incident. So we're very close to monitoring our systems and our protocols, and we have not had any concerns or issues surrounding sexual assault kits.
Okay, so the quality corrective action reports that were submitted to our committee reflect multiple incidents involving a LIMS chain of custody irregularities and case assignment discrepancies. These were described as a break of unexplained inconsistency in that chain that could result in evidence being excluded or its credibility being undermined. Do you know anything about this?
I'm not. I may not. So we did have two quality events that directly involved our LIMS system, and one of them was an analyst who inadvertently transferred a storage area into her custody as opposed to just one item. It was not evidence, it was a case file. So rather than moving one case file, she moved all the case files from the room to her to her possession. And then we had a similar incident, which was in which items were moved where they were correcting one chain of custody, and inadvertently it impacted other chains of custody. The actual items were not being moved, but the chain of custody was involved. And what we realized when we did the root cause analysis, that it had to do with the browser we were using, and the alerts that were popping up were not popping up correctly. So it was a technology issue, not an actual handling of evidence issue, that we were able to do a root cause analysis and to correct with ensuring that everyone was using the correct browser and doing training. So I'm not quite sure if that's the quality events that you're referring to.
Okay, well, I can pull up that language, but while I do that, have there been any steps taken to ensure that that type of technology gap doesn't persist in the future?
Yes, yes, yes. So as part of the quality of that, we did a root cause analysis, which involved our technology, our chief information officer and his group. So we did a root cause analysis, also working with the vendor for our LIMS system to truly understand what went wrong. Once we understood the problem, we did additional trainings with everyone who uses our LIMS system, and we made it easier for individuals to use the right browser by having a direct shortcut placed on everyone's computer. So in order to open LIMS, you went to a specific button. It took you to LIMS through the correct browser. So we did retraining, but we also made steps to ensure that individuals had an easy way to access the system correctly. And then, as part of our quality system, once we we build our action plan, we employ our action plan, and then after usually around 90 days, we do a verification of effectiveness, which means we go back, we look at the systems to see if anything similar has occurred. And so we recently completed that verification of effectiveness, and we had no additional incidents. So we feel confident that we have in fact solved this problem.
And I would like to add, if you allow me, Madam Chairwoman, from my written testimony, we have 157 quality events. So quality events will occur on a daily basis when you're dealing with a complex operation. The purpose of having a quality department is to identify if there was a human error, if there is a gap, and how do you strengthen your standard operating procedures. So the standard operating procedure of agencies such as DFS are amenable to be changed as soon as you find a gap. And sometimes that's not a requirement, but agency needs to be transparent in terms, this happened. So majority of the time, what happens has no consequence, but it's something that perhaps should not have happened. How do you prevent it? Do we need to modify the standard operating procedure, or just training will suffice? And that's why this type of agencies have a whole quality department on its own. And when it comes time to accreditation, it's a matter of opening the book. These are the quality events. So they could be compare and contrast with the standards. And not only they compare with the standards, but they compare with your quality manual as well your standard operating procedure. I say all that to say, events will happen, I would say, on a daily basis. And with the passing of time and new events that are happening, your processes become more streamlined, but you're always depending on the human factor. Technology, and I would like to mention that with the increase in caseload and demand and so on, the amount of data that our information technology department deals with is tremendous. And the amount of capability of warehousing all that data for our stakeholders to have, it is tremendous. But the quality events will occur, I am not concerned as the interim director that they will have an impact. We're also transparent with our stakeholder, the United States Attorney's Office, in sharing those quality events. Especially, we are sharing databases with their giggly request, which is a legal request of personnel that may be subpoenaed to testify, as to they know everything that goes on inside the agency. So we came to an agreement and in order to share all those databases with the United States Attorney's Office.
Okay, so one of the examples from the appendix that you submitted for pre-hearing, for instance, noted that the evidence entered into LIMS did not have a chain of custody at all. Was that due to the technology lapse that you're talking about, or was that a different issue?
Both. I think that's a human error as well as the technology that was improved. Yes.
All right, and what happens when a human error like that happens that impacts the chain of custody?
Then, to use Dr. Love's phrase, you implement a root cause analysis. Some things may be as clear as the light of day, but the key is to why that happened. Why? Why didn't happen on the 2800 before that? Why that? Is that a complete human error, or is that a deficiency in the processes that catches 99%, but let that one slip? Where can we tighten the process? And as I said, before, you are dealing with different, many, many, many moving parts. But for the customers, if somebody is a victim, or not even a victim, somebody's a defendant, what we say or don't say will result in a conviction or an acquittal. Maybe, probably, likely. So we need to be on top of it. That's the bulk of the work. It's the easiest part is to have a trained scientist doing the work. The difficult part is moving from place A to place B. The evidence, the analysis, the results, the warehousing of the evidence that is accessible years down the road, that is not discarded. How do you keep track? You mentioned at the beginning artificial intelligence, for example. And I know the Office of Information Technology overall in the district has different programs. But I am more basic. The human resource is the key element here.
So speaking kind of human resources, you wear two hats, both leading DFS and the OCME. How do you manage that? How do you think about your week and your day and your month and handling two related but different functions?
Not easy. Not easy. I was very motivated in 2023 because I work in the building. Those are people known to me. And I knew it instinctively that they were able to achieve accreditation. And they were. And I said, not because of me, but because they do have the expertise, the education, the training, the experience to achieve that. So my main motivation was to erase or try to erase, I don't think I've been successful in it, the stain that DFED had unfairly, but it is what it is. And we have achieved reaccreditation, but it's difficult. I was telling my wife, she was showing me something on social media, Instagram, of maybe like a movie from medieval times or something like that, where this guy's hiding in the forest and then he comes to a clearing. As soon as he comes out, there are like 200 arrows that pierce him. And the caption on the social media is, "My Monday, opening my email." And, I'm averaging 125 emails a day, so it's busy. It's really busy. As I said, this is going to be the third year that I'm wearing two hats. I try my best, and I think that I have been a little bit successful because of the team of people that work for DFS and the patience of the people at OCME.
Thank you. Well, I won't put words in your mouth, but I know it is not a sustainable operation to do both functions. But as we've noted, you have done a great job at both functions, but we need to, hopefully you, to be the permanent director.
Well, and to that end, it's not an unusual construct. In the United States, the state of Arkansas runs that way. Harris County, Houston, Texas runs that way. Cleveland, Ohio runs that way. Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, runs that way. The question will be for a next leader, are they willing to take on a dual challenge? A good friend of mine who was wearing those two hats, Dr. Carl Williams from Pittsburgh, he retired after serving Allegheny County many years. But the next chief medical examiner declined, the new one, and then somebody is the head of the Consolidated Forensic Services, forensic scientist, while the medical examiner took a step back. So there are different ways to doing it. Recruiting someone, I don't think is that difficult, but maybe I'm too optimistic. I don't think it will be difficult. If I no longer work for the district, I don't think it will be difficult to recruit somebody that can do the two jobs. But I will be lying to you if I tell you it's not easy. I am motivated. My main motivator is science, and I love everything science. I love forensic pathologists. I wish I could be doing autopsies right now, but I'm not. But it's difficult. It's tiring. Some days it's like, what am I doing?
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for doing it, and thank you to your entire team. Before I let you go, I want to ask how things have been going with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
I think we could not have a better relationship. I think under the leadership of Judge Janine Pirro, we have an open communication. She visited our facilities, including the medical examiner, including the Department of Forensic Sciences. Our liaison, we have two liaisons, Alicia Long, whom I know since she was a homicide prosecutor for the U.S. Attorney, as well as Mr. Mike Spence, who is our liaison for DFS. We have open communications. They have sent their experts. They want to trust, but they want to verify. So they have a expert that they had sent after accreditation. They attend our scientific advisory board meetings. So I would say it's a very good relationship, both on a personal level as well as a professional level. They are our main stakeholders. Every time there is an issue, the U.S. Attorney herself calls me, and we address whatever concerns or issues she has. We have standing meetings with Mr. Michael Spence from the U.S. Attorney, addressing the issues he may have with the forensic biology unit, the forensic chemistry, latent fingerprints, future developments, and so on. Every 2 weeks, I think Dr. Love is meeting with Mr. Spence. So it's been a very good relationship. I have no complaints, quite the opposite. I am very satisfied with the relation with the United States Attorney. And I may be biased because Judge Janine Pirro was a homicide prosecutor, so she understands my language.
Well, thank you. And it's a very important relationship to ensure that all of the cases can proceed and to maintain credibility with our jurors and our courtroom and our prosecutors. So thank you very much for all the effort there as well. As always, Dr. Diaz, I want to give you a chance if you have any last thoughts or something you want to highlight that we didn't get a chance to talk about today.
No, other than we are very thankful for keeping forensic science and forensic pathology at the forefront. The district is an exception, as I said at the beginning. Medical examiner work and forensic work is usually an afterthought in a lot of jurisdictions, and it is not in the district. and you are a champion of both the medical examiner, the Department of Forensic Sciences, and the Public Health Laboratory. You understand, to quote you, you understand the basic functions of government that sometimes comes to light when something really bad happened. Oh, we needed this. So you completely understand, and we are nothing but thankful to you for your leadership and for providing our laboratories with a voice within council. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Diaz. Thank you to everybody at DFS. And I look forward to staying focused this year on bringing more and more of the DNA testing in-house, filling those vacancies. And we'll do everything we can to help support that work because we believe it is so very important. So thank you all. Okay, we are now going to turn to the Office of Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. I'm going to invite our panel of public witnesses who are here in person today. Is Trisha Duncan here? Robert Vincent Branham? Rachel Feinstein? Angie Perko? Natalia Otero? And Caroline Pryor. Thank you. Rachel, if you wouldn't mind sitting at the end here. Yeah, just we'll go in the order. There we go. And then Natalia. If Natalia can go second, and then, yeah, either third or fourth. Thank you. Okay, just confirming. We do not have Trisha Duncan, Robert Vincent Branham, Angie Perko. Okay. All right. Rachel Feinstein, Director of DC Government and Community Relations for the JCRC of Greater Washington. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Pinto, staff, and fellow panelists. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about our experiences with the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, DMPSJ, and the administration of the Safe and Secure DC grant program. Safe and Secure DC is funded by the district and was created by this committee to primarily fill a gap in the federal security grant program covering the cost of security personnel. The program covers these expenses and also provides funding for capital purchases and renovations, including security cameras, metal detectors, and other physical security enhancements. Over the last 2 years, this program has been a lifeline for the Jewish community, as well as other targeted groups. The program to date has allocated $1.25 million to nonprofits at risk of hate crimes. Multiple Jewish grantees asked me to specifically highlight a DMPSJ staff member, Grants Management Specialist Sandra Villarreal. She has been described as patient and generous with her time, that her guidance made the entire process easier and less intimidating. Many grantees spoke highly of their DMPSJ site visit, saying that it was rare to have such meaningful one-on-one time with program staff, and that it made the grant oversight process feel genuinely supportive and constructive. I'd like to cover 3 areas where there is room for improvement. Many of the deadlines associated with this grant occurred during September and October. The Jewish high holiday season coincides with this time, with many religious holidays falling on weekdays. This means there are many instances where observant Jews' work is disrupted multiple times, which can impact the ability to collect requested information from staff who may be visiting family for the holidays or are just unavailable due to their level of religious observance. We ask that deadlines are set with consideration of a community this program is intended to assist. The JCRC has a quick reference calendar to help agencies avoid these conflicts. Regarding Zoom grants, we appreciate having a grant management platform, but we have heard from nearly all Jewish grantees that the service is very difficult to navigate. Grant managers frequently need the assistance of DMPSJ staff to use it. Staff are able to help grantees when they reach out, but wouldn't it be nice if the platform was easier to use and didn't require staff assistance so frequently? If anything at all can be done to alleviate these user experience issues, we support any effort that increases accessibility. Lastly, there have been complications with disbursement of grant funds via the District Integrated Financial System, DIFS. one nonprofit had to incur $65,000 in credit card debt across multiple cards until they finally received reimbursement a year after they received their initial grant award. We urge DMPSJ and the CFO to ensure that DIFS is now working properly to prevent this from happening again to another grantee. Overall, Safe and Secure DC has been a transformational program, and we are so grateful to DMPSJ for implementing the FY26 grant process so quickly last year so that grantees could have a full year to use funds. Thank you, Chair Pinto and Deputy Mayor Apia, for your commitment to this program. We look forward to continue working with you through this process to support our nonprofits.
Great. Thank you so much. Natalia Otero, co-founder and executive director of DC Safe.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Natalia Otero, and I'm the co-founder and executive director of DC Safe. I will be providing an amended version of my testimony today. DC Safe's coordinated crisis response model is unique to DC, and it assesses and expedites life-saving services to approximately 2,000 high-risk survivors of domestic violence each year. I believe we are a crucial part of the district's public safety infrastructure. Our 24/7 crisis interventions are at the nexus of victim support and crisis intervention and provide a unique insight into the complexity of the criminal justice system and broader public safety cluster. We are pleased to see greater focus and more active involvement from the public safety cluster in DV and offender accountability in 2025. One major recent change has been the uptick of arrests being prosecuted. Historically, only about half of DV arrests have moved through the criminal justice system. This change in papering cases can have a positive impact. However, we do want to emphasize that without thoughtful, coordinated, and well-resourced approach, this attention can do more harm than good. I do provide some examples of that in my written testimony. Additionally, the court and the criminal justice system has to be prepared. Judicial staffing is already critically low. The U.S. Attorney's Office is staffing up in innovative ways, but the staffing is coming after the fact. And there is strain in pretrial services as there are more offenders to supervise than ever before. Inadequate staffing and resources means starting strong and then not being able to finish the race. We know that these are federal agencies, but the city can and should take steps to take a streamlined approach and seek resources to build a more robust criminal justice system. We often describe SAFE services as akin to the ER, and we are proud of the work that we do to provide a safety net for survivors in need. However, there is a need for primary care, not only for survivors, but for those committing harm in the city. A wider, more nuanced approach that considers end-to-end needs of individuals and families impacted by DV is needed, and I urge you to consider the specific recommendations presented by my DC Safe colleagues and to invest both fiscally and politically in a more robust response to domestic violence in the city. Focusing on the most high-risk persistent offenders could be a crucial tool for managing resources. Lethality assessment programs across the nation and in DC itself are viable because they help to identify and prioritize the most at-risk offenders. Additional integration of this approach in the criminal justice system could help focus limited resources. Another essential aspect of a LAP and an approach that we have long uplifted is interagency and community collaboration. A collaborative approach to optimizing current interventions and implementing creative approaches both focuses attention on the most at risk, but also creates systems-wide change that maximize resource outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caroline Pryor, Director of Policy and Power Building at
Good afternoon, I think. Chairwoman Pinto and staff, my name is Caroline Pryor, and I'm the Director of Policy and Power Building at EmpowerEd. You may ask why, as someone who works in the education sector, I'm testifying today. But Deputy Mayor Apia, as the head of the public safety sector, all other sectors are influenced by her leadership. This includes the immediate impacts that our students and families feel when policy changes, when agencies target our neighbors, and when the sector, at the behest of the mayor, chooses to collaborate with federal occupation, from ICE to the National Guard, that attack our children and families. Worse, concerns have been met with outright disdain and implications that the public is misinterpreting their experiences. Since August, I've heard almost nonstop from teachers, parents, and students about how the federal occupation affects their day-to-day lives. We've watched while agencies scratch their heads over why attendance numbers haven't improved. We've heard community members testify that they've turned around right before dropping a child off at school because they see ICE around the corner. We've talked to young people who can articulate clearly they know they are being targeted by law enforcement, local and federal, because they are Black. In hearing after hearing, rally after rally, community outcry about how our local law enforcement is sometimes joyfully collaborating with ICE and other federal agencies. I see them collaborate in my neighborhood, I've seen it in my own building, and this is exacerbated because under Deputy Mayor Pia's leadership, the public safety sector has rolled over to work alongside hostile and violent federal agencies. To my knowledge, the executive orders issued by both Mayor Bowser and former Chief Smith marshaling local agencies to work with federal agencies are still in place. If there has been any change, it is not felt by the school communities I'm in contact with. The terror is still there, and we've yet to see this sector make any meaningful stand in defense of our residents. Instead, we've seen a continuation of policing structures that have always targeted Black and brown folks, attacked our young people, harassed or killed without cause. August did not mark a break in the norm, it was an intensification of a well-known pattern of local law enforcement violence. I want to close with one of the only education-related programs under the DMPSJ's purview, Safe Passage, which transitioned away from the DME only a few years ago, and we are grateful for your support and leadership in ensuring that there's additional training. It does not belong under the DMPSJ's umbrella. I see Safe Passage ambassadors working hard in my neighborhood day in and day out, being a joyful presence, but the community at large doesn't trust that the leadership of this program can fully protect students if it remains in the DMPSJ's portfolio, the same sector that has supported so much of Trump's cruel agenda. And our teachers tell us, too, they want Safe Passage ambassadors to be empowered to work in non-punitive, relational, and true restorative work with schools, if and only if the program is relocated from DMPSJ. And our teachers have crafted a longer proposal that I know we'll discuss further with your office. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's always a challenge in looking at the history of where programs live and where they're shifted. Because as you may recall, a couple of years ago, there was a big push to move Safe Passage out of the Deputy Mayor for Education's office and into the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety's office so that there can be a deeper level of coordination within our whole system. And you know, there have been a lot of steps of progress to that end, but I think is important as we consider changes moving forward to think about where we've come so that we don't just every couple of years shift something back and forth, which can also set us back. I want to ask you, Ms. Sotero, I want to understand better when you were talking about more cases being papered for domestic violence, then you said something like, but that doing so can also undermine safety. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, so I think that there is, let me start with our population, right? So DC Safe sees 13,000, 12 to 13,000 clients a year. Of those, only about 1,800 are considered to be at high risk for reassault, severe harm, or homicide, right? That's a much smaller percentage. If you think about our population, you can consider that perhaps an approach of incarceration and or a very strict criminal justice approach isn't always the right approach for every single case. So when we're having conversations around the lack of resources, my thought is, you know, increasing the number of people who are arrested without some foresight or clear plan in place for how we are going to actually engage and create multiple different types of intervention, I think is a mistake. And I think we do have the energy to do it. DC Safe is not the only one on the community level that provides critical interventions. We've got all the SABRA partners, we've got the SART. And so I think it's time to kind of look at how we are structuring our responses. There are survivors who, of those 1,800, want to be system involved. They're like, I want there to be accountability. And sometimes the system fails them. conversely, there are also survivors who are like, I do not think that it is safe for me to have system involvement, and I don't want to be engaged. But we had a survivor that, for example, was basically forced to participate in the process. There's also lack of clear communication intra-agency and with community partners. So sometimes the system itself, in trying to respond, because there's been an arrest and now they're papering, meaning they're moving forward with a criminal case. If they're not actively thinking about victim safety and offender accountability at the same time, a mistake could be made, right? There's a case that I have in my longer testimony around a survivor whose offender was released after many years in jail for attempting to murder her. There wasn't enough foresight from the judicial bench to give her enough time to know that this was happening. She ended up being murdered within 2 weeks of that person being released after him being in jail many years. So I think that we have to remember that there's work to be done, and that while it is a good thing that people are being held accountable, not every case is the same, and we need some nuances there.
And are you finding that the U.S. Attorney's Office has been leaned in and engaged and sensitive to that reality as they continue to staff up, or what's your experience been with?
Yes, I
them this
do.
year?
I think they're looking at things in a very different way than I've seen in the 20 years I've been in this community. They're being innovative. They're thinking about staffing up. I think where we are missing the boat here, and Kylie Hogan, who's our director of advocacy, is going to talk a little bit more about this. But if we already know through our work, multidisciplinary work with agencies, that we can identify offenders who are at higher risk and are offending with either multiple partners or consistently, why aren't we looking at creating a broader continuum of care? Not, it's kind of like this analogy of like, you don't always need a hammer, right? Like, but if that's all we have, then that's all we're using, when really we should be more nuanced. Right now, the lethality assessment program is assessing survivors at high risk, but there's no real conversation around what that actually means. That actually means that we're identifying people who are more likely to reoffend. What are we doing with that information? And how are we creating interventions that are working to not only support survivors, but also make meaningful changes in the violence that's happening in our city around domestic violence?
And while I have you here, are you seeing any other trends in domestic violence incidents that we should be aware of? We talked a little bit with Dr. Diaz around the increased prevalence of the proportion of our shootings that are happening indoors, for instance. I know in years past, we've talked about the kind of broader relationship challenges, that it might be a ex-boyfriend and a current boyfriend. And so technically that might not be defined as domestic violence, but it's really a broader part of relational violence. Are there other kind of trends that you've been seeing over the course of the last year that we should be aware of?
Yes, I do think that, and we actually have some recommendations. There's a gun relinquishment working group that we've been working with partners on. And I think that conversations around having opportunities to engage when it's not too late, to have conversations around whether or not there's a gun in the home and what needs to happen in order for there to be a true response to that, I think are crucial, right? It could happen through the civil protection order process, or it could happen through an advocate. If a survivor's like, I know that I won't be safe unless this happens, then we need to be responding appropriately. Definitely gun violence is a huge one. Post-COVID, we are still seeing high numbers of homicides. I mean, we were very stable there for a while. So I think the severity is still an issue. And I think there also has to be conversations around preventative measures. Another thing that Kylie is going to talk a little bit about is a program we piloted with the police department that we called the Domestic Violence Intervention Program. To make a long story short, what it is that we identified their pain points. For MPD, that's the addresses that are calling 911 regularly for DV. We looked into those and we created what we call non-critical interventions, meaning we're reaching out to these households and engaging with them about dealing with the root cause of the violence in times where they're not in crisis, where they're not calling 911. Not that they're not critical, it's just that we have to start looking at approaches to decrease how we're spending our resources. Somebody, a family calling 911 multiple times a week or dozens of times a month is not a good use of anybody's resources, and it's just harming the family further. So thinking about those preventative measures along with how we're actually engaging in offender accountability, I think are going to be crucial. If there's appetite for it, there's definitely enough community expertise that the DC has, and I commend you, the council and the city, for being very progressive in a lot of these interventions. The HVIP programs, the hospital, the SART, us, we're all in tandem working towards the same goal, and I think we just need to keep our eye on the prize there.
And Ms. Feinstein, thank you for talking about some of the kind of administrative challenges that can be a part of any grant administration program. And it's always a balance between making sure that money gets out the door where it needs to go for the intended purposes. And part of that is having processes in place like diffs that will kind of keep everybody accountable. But at the same time, we want to be flexible and nimble and make sure people aren't waiting a year for their reimbursement. And so thank you for raising that. As we think about other improvements to the program in this year, kind of what are you hearing about the need, and is the way that we've defined what the funds can be used for meeting that need, or does it need to be more flexible?
I think there is some room for more clearly defining what the funding can be used for, like having a list of allowable expenses. The federal program that's administered by HCMA has such a list. Also, we've heard from some in the community that they would like to see funding be able to cover security personnel at events that are not at the primary location of a nonprofit. Like as I've mentioned previously, nonprofits in our city, we enjoy a lot of in our city a lot of great and varying event spaces. And when you're a small nonprofit with a small office, you can't necessarily hold a large event to support your work in your office. So being able to use grant funding at events that are not at your primary location would be helpful. And and also potentially reinstating a cap on the total amount for the grant. I think in the first year of the program, there was a cap of how much you could be allocated, and maybe reinstating a cap to allow for more organizations to have access to the funding with what we have.
Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Yep.
Thank you all for your testimony. Okay, I'm going to call our witnesses who are joining us online. As a reminder to please accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Michaela Deming, Taylor Terry, Chrysanth Corniotis, Gabriela Silva, Commissioner Ashley Ruff, Skylar Armstrong, Kylie Hogan, Jordan Gotchenauer, Karen Gall, Bianca Palmisano, Kristen Yoakum, Tiffany Montgomery, Charles Young, and Devon Montgomery. We will begin with Michaela Deming, Policy Director, DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Pinto, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Michaela Deming. I'm the Policy Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers here in DC. Our member programs serve upwards of 1,000 victims of domestic violence on a given day across all 8 wards of the district. Improving public safety here requires protecting victims and witnesses of crimes, regardless of their background. We know that the ongoing presence of ICE and the National Guard in DC has created an increased climate of fear and mistrust within our communities, especially for immigrant survivors of domestic violence. When survivors are afraid that contacting the police exposes them or their loved ones to immigration enforcement, they often remain silent rather than seeking protection and services they may urgently need and deserve. All DC residents are less safe when victims and witnesses are discouraged from reporting crime and seeking safety and justice. Over 75% of advocates who work with immigrant survivors of violence report that their clients express concern about contacting law enforcement. Half of those victims ultimately choose not to call the police or go to court due to that fear. Every day, domestic violence survivors, our neighbors here in DC, are making impossible choices for themselves and their children between their current physical safety and the potential of being taken away from their children permanently or returned to other dangerous situations. The lack of clarity about the collaboration with MPD, the National Guard, and ICE have made our work increasingly challenging and are putting survivors that we work with every day at greater risk. At a December hearing before this committee, the deputy mayor failed to directly answer questions about how MPD is still cooperating with federal immigration enforcement and why the chief's executive order, the prior chief's executive order, expanding that cooperation is still in place. In collaboration with our local partners, we have implored the mayor's administration to take action to protect immigrant survivors, asking for clarity in the rules, directing MPD to prioritize survivor safety, affirming constitutional rights of residents, clarity in law enforcement identification, and ensuring confidentiality of survivor information. We were disappointed in the lack of response to our outreach in August, but it is now February, and despite repeated requests from many in the community, the failure to clearly respond and promote safety of victims and survivors of crime is outrageous. The mayor's administration must clearly reiterate and take affirmative steps to uphold our commitment as a district to protecting safety and well-being for all DC residents, including survivors. I have many more statistics and information in my written testimony, but also want to mention that the link between domestic violence and other forms of violence, like firearms, like community violence, truancy even, and homelessness and many other issues in the district, including a spike in homicides related to domestic violence, are all related to the deputy mayor's portfolio. And despite all of the data and the linkage between those areas, there still continues to be a neglect of meaningful domestic violence prevention and experts in the development of strategies and solutions to those issues that are being addressed by the deputy mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to testify and welcome any questions that the committee has. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Deming. And thank you for sharing that perspective and total truism that the more fear there is about coming forward to work with our law enforcement because of so much of this unwelcomed immigration enforcement from the federal government, the less safe any of us are. So thank you very much. Taylor Terry. Chrysanth Corniotis. Gabriela Silva.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and committee staff. My name is Gabriela Silva. I'm a Ward 2 resident and the Senior Program Manager at PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. And I'd like to begin with some thank yous. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for partnering with PAVE parent leaders on Safe Passage, particularly by incorporating their asks into your Safe Passage Ambassador training in the School Engagement Act. Your support for Safe Passage of DC students helps each child show up at school each day as their best self, and it's a core part of the strategy we need to keep our community safe in every corner of the district and at all hours of the day. PAVE parent leaders would also like to thank Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, Apia, and her team at the DMPSJ's office. Under her leadership, the Safe Passage Ambassador program has undergone significant development. I'm here today to elevate what we've heard from our PAVE parent leaders and our partners as it relates to safe passage across the district. Parents and school leaders are grateful for the additional presence and safety personnel during school drop-off and pickup. We're grateful for the responsiveness of both this committee and the DMPSJ in implementing additional training and structures to support coordination between schools and SPAs. Still, there's a tension between the desire for SPAs to be able to engage more fully with students on the routes they serve, i.e. building relationships, verbally de-escalating situations, and being involved in school communities, and the fact that this is a part-time position with hours only in the morning and afternoon. We welcome continued conversations about how to best collaborate with schools, families, and SPAs to maximize the impact of this initiative based on fiscal and time constraints. Our children in the district are navigating a unique set of circumstances as they travel to and from school. With increased federal law enforcement comes the need to ensure students, families, and school leaders are equipped with as much information as possible. School leaders we work closely with and our parent leaders have highlighted the need for robust transparency and guidance on the ways in which our local police force is supporting federal law enforcement. At the end of the day, community safety is rooted in trust and relationships. We can only establish that trust if we are having honest conversations about what our families and school communities are experiencing while acknowledging the unique context in which DC exists and how our local government agencies can support students and their families at this time. Given all of the trauma, fear, and uncertainty that our communities are facing right now, it is more important than ever that we provide accessible mental health support and safe spaces at our schools that are grounded in relational trust. Investing in school-based mental health is a proactive investment we can make to ensure that we're not sitting in the same room 5, 10, 15 years from now with more children and communities feeling the expansive reach and harms of trauma. That means we need to protect and stabilize the partnerships we do have in schools, including high-quality community-based organizations whose clinicians have long-standing relationships in school communities. We should be extremely cautious about online or telehealth platforms as we think about models for supporting students, given the risks of breach and information sharing that we face. In-person opportunities to get support are more important now than ever for the district students. Creating a safe community for our students and their families requires all of us to play a role and to get creative with our solutions. In what is shaping up to be an incredibly tight budget year, we must invest in what we know is serving kids, schools, and families. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commissioner Ashley Ruff. Skylar Armstrong.
Hi. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Skylar Armstrong, and I'm a board member of DC Safe. Over the years, I've watched DC Safe grow into an integral part of the district's public safety infrastructure through its 24/7 crisis intervention work and deep partnerships across the public safety cluster, especially with both OVSJG, our largest and most engaged funder, and MPD, our largest referral source. As a community-based organization, DC Safe strengthens the city's response to domestic violence by bringing a survivor-centered perspective into systems often driven by crisis and bureaucracy. Last year, we specifically asked for closer communication and engagement with the Deputy Mayor's office. We were pleased that Deputy Mayor Apia joined us for our spring luncheon last year, where we held a panel discussion related to innovative responses to high-risk domestic violence cases, including offender accountability. While victim services like those provided by DC Safe save lives every day, they alone cannot end domestic violence. If we want fewer repeat calls, fewer families cycling through our system, and fewer domestic violence homicides, we must also address accountability and intervention for the ones causing harm. In our ongoing collaborative work with MPD, USAO, Pretrial Services, CSOSA, and DBH, we see major gaps in offender accountability, gaps that allow harm to continue and often escalate. That said, we are optimistic about the overall direction the district is moving. The increased attention to domestic violence across the criminal justice continuum and the creation of a dedicated domestic violence working group are meaningful steps forward. They reflect a glowing recognition that our approach has been too fragmented to deliver the outcomes our community deserves. The cost of this failure is, of course, enormous. It's measured not only in public dollars, but also in disrupted housing, lost work and school days, and the long-term impacts on children who grew up in violent homes. With stronger communication pathways and partnerships from the Office of the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice, we can execute a smarter and more deliberate approach, one that reduces repeat harm, stabilizes families, and changes trajectories. Our Executive Director, Natalia, spoke about the need for a thoughtful approach to interventions, and our Director of System Advocacy, Kylie, will provide information on specific insights and interventions leading from our work and long partnerships. Finally, on behalf of the Board of Directors, I want to conclude by expressing our support for the Victim Assistance Network $59.6 million baseline funding request for victim services in the FY27 DC budget. With declining federal support and rising costs, this is not a request for an expansion. It is a request to hold the line and preserve our public safety system. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much. Kylie Hogan.
Hi. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Kylie Hogan, and I'm the Director of Systems Advocacy for DC Safe. You've already heard from our Executive Director, one of our board members, and we wanted to provide robust testimony today because the work of the Deputy Mayor and the agencies in her cluster are so essential to the safety of survivors in the city as a whole. DC Safe approaches serving survivors of domestic violence with a focus on crisis intervention and partnership. This is reflected throughout our programming and most especially in our role facilitating the high-risk domestic violence initiative and working with high-risk crimes through the lethality assessment program. We have a unique view into how DV is handled across systems, and it is from this context that I want to highlight recommendations that we urge the Deputy Mayor and the Council to consider. First, we want to uplift recommendations that have come out of the domestic violence system review. 3 specific areas of need were highlighted in the 2024-2025 roundtables: increased offender accountability and support services, improved information sharing and collaboration, and strengthening case tracking across systems. Priority items included stronger DV training and resources for all DC Superior Court judges assigned to the family, juvenile, and domestic violence dockets, identifying and developing DV-specific pretrial screening when considering release conditions and protocols for monitoring violations, improving on-scene visibility for MPD into orders of protection, criminal stay-away orders, supervision requirements, and DV history, and increase resources and programming to help domestic violence offenders adjust patterns of violent behavior before court involvement. Next, I want to uplift the work that we did in 2018 with MPD, focused on residences with a high volume of call for service for domestic violence. We found that the traditional approach to these complex cases was insufficient and identified several opportunities for stronger, more innovative responses, including families and households driving calls rather than an address-based approach, the need for better resources to flag cases in need of enhanced or alternative responses, opportunities for critical agencies such as DPH, DYRS, CFSA, and CSOSA to build stronger partnerships and innovative interventions with MPD, and the potential for a focused deterrence approach to manage persistent, high-risk domestic violence offenders, as well as increase staffing and resources to build capacity to sustain the pilot's work. Finally, I want to uplift the recommendations put forth by the Gun Relinquishment Working Group. The presence of a gun in a DV relationship is the biggest risk factor for serious injury or homicide. The working group's recommendation, released in 2025, provided a valuable that can strengthen the city's response to the most dangerous DV cases through legislative reform, procedural improvements, and clearer guidelines for MPD in the courts. Information on this and the other recommendations are included more fully in my written testimony. We recognize that DC has a unique local-federal dichotomy, and that impacts our ability to provide oversight for some agencies, but we think there's an appetite for change. Many agencies in this cluster are willing to try new approaches but need sustained community-wide commitment, as well as practical processes and realistic to resourcing. And that can include a more comprehensive integration of the lethality assessment program. We urge you to consider the recommendations and for there to be the political will and tangible resources needed for significant change. Thank you for your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Jordan Goshenauer.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jordan Gochenauer, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay. I want to build on what this committee may have already heard regarding workforce development. Today, I'll be focusing on what this issue means for safety, stability, and prevention of recidivism, which sit at the heart of this committee's mission. For 4 years, the district's Green Stormwater Infrastructure Maintenance Program quietly did something rare. It successfully paired public infrastructure needs with re-entry employment. Through this program, 89 returning citizens accessed stable, year-round jobs maintaining stormwater assets across the city. These were not short-term or temporary placements. This was consistent work that allowed people returning from incarceration to build employment histories, earn income, and contribute visibly to their own neighborhoods. When funding was eliminated, this stability disappeared almost overnight. As a result, 30 dedicated stormwater maintenance jobs were lost. Small DC-based contractors can no longer sustain crews intentionally built to hire returning citizens. 4 years of trust, training, and re-entry momentum were undone. And the district now faces increased risk of failing its EPA-mandated stormwater obligations. One of our trained contractors gave us a quote, and I quote, "When funding was for this work was eliminated, it caught the small businesses in this space off guard and was destabilizing," end quote. This all occurred from special purpose revenue funds, historically and intentionally dedicated to environmental compliance, being inappropriately repurposed in the FY26 budget to cover other district expenses. This undermines the Clean Water Act compliance expectations on the district, weakens interagency planning, and directly harms the economic efforts of green workforce programming. From a public safety lens, this matters deeply. Stable employment is one of the strongest predictors of successful reentry. When people lose access to consistent work, the risk of instability, recidivism, and downstream social costs rise. This program functioned as preventative public safety infrastructure. It reduced employment barriers by offering paid, skill-based work. It strengthened small businesses hiring returning citizens, and it improved neighborhood conditions in communities already facing environmental and economic stress. Although funding for the GSI maintenance program flowed through DOEE, the outcomes align directly with this council's mission: safer communities through stability, opportunity, and coordinated systems. So we are asking for leadership and collaboration. Specifically, we urge the deputy mayor to include funding for green workforce programs, specifically stormwater, in the department's priority letter to the mayor. Hold the executive accountable to maintain the appropriate use of special purpose revenue funds, and support cross-agency coordination so proven re-entry employment pathways are not lost due to siloed budgets.
Jordan, thank you so much. You're over time, so I'm just going to ask if you can submit the rest of your testimony in writing.
No problem. That was the end. I was just going to thank you for the time.
Okay. It felt like it was coming to an end. Thank you very much for those great recommendations. Karen Gall.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and committee members. Thank you for the invitation to speak today. I'm Karen Gall, Chairwoman and Public Safety Director for 3D CAC, the 3rd District Citizens Advisory Council. We serve 180,000 residents across all 8 police service areas. We are in our 45th year partnership with MPD. The Public Safety and Justice Office has reported impressive numbers with 85 new cameras installed, 165 cameras connected to the Real-Time Crime Center. I commend that progress. The Safe Commercial Corridors program is working. The question before today's committee is how to make everything work everywhere for this particular program. I want to use Police Service Area 307 as an example of why the camera component of the Safe Commercial Corridors needs to be strengthened within the district. The DuPont Circle and Logan Circle, entirely within Ward 2, has 2 MPD cameras. Both are in a 4-block zone. The district average is 8.6 cameras per PSA. PSA 307 has 567 crimes per camera. That's 4.19 times the district average. This is not a crime problem. PSA 307 has the steepest crime decrease in the district, which is 35.9% over 2 years. Crime is going down, but camera coverage has not kept the pace with that success. The PSA 307 reveals that there's a problem with the program as a whole. I reviewed the grant information. The DuPont Circle bid received the Safe Commercial Corridors funding for fiscal year 25 and 26, $128,084 and $159,080. Both grants were exclusively for safety ambassadors. Neither grant included cameras, camera placement guidance, or Camera Connect DC integration. Meanwhile, Georgetown bid received camera funding both years. Capitol Hill bid received camera funding. Capitol Riverfront received Fusus core devices, and that's directly infused with the Real-Time Crime Center. I'm going to move forward with my testimony because I'm going to provide more information for you, but I want to go with my questions. My questions for today: of the 85 new cameras that we have, 165 connected cameras, how many are in the 3rd District and how many are in our PSA 307? Also, why is it so difficult to get at least one camera in the 700 block of T Street Northwest? And what criteria determines the grant recipient scope, including cameras versus ambassadors only? And can the camera placement guidance and the Camera Connect DC integration be added to the DuPont Circle bid and other bid scopes in the fiscal year 26, as well as the way it's done in Georgetown, Capitol Hill, and the Capitol Riverfront? I'm open for questions so that I can add whatever questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Bianca Palmisano.
Yes. Hello, council member. My name is Bianca Palmisano. I'm a Ward 1 resident and a nurse who has been providing public health services to residents of DC since 2020. I work in partnership with Fair Budget Coalition for an Equitable DC. Fair Budget Coalition joins with DC community members to advocate for a fair budget, one that's restorative and prioritizes racial justice. I'm submitting testimony today to urge the council to reallocate police funds towards the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. To say this past year's budget cycle was a fiasco would be putting it mildly. The council funded the Emergency Rental Assistance Program at $11.5 million, which includes the bump from increased tax revenue that was provided in December 2025. This is record low funding for the program since the pandemic. ERAP has consistently shown high levels of need, with DC residents standing for hours in the cold on November 20th when applications opened, lines wrapping around the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center. It took less than 24 hours for ERAP applications to be paused due to overwhelming demand. When council members heard about the chaos at Virginia Williams, many expressed astonishment and dismay that DHS would fail our residents like this. Yet I argue this was an entirely foreseeable series of events. When you purposefully underfund a program, need will outstrip supply, people will swarm for the limited resources available, and many will be left out in the cold. In comparison, the FY26 budget for MPD was $599 million, $30 million of which is for additional hiring. Another $459,000 was separately set aside for housing incentives for police officers. Large chunks of this funding remain unclaimed due to difficulty hiring officers. It makes me unfathomably frustrated to see this conversation play out every year during budget season. We don't have enough. We have to make tough choices. We have to cut programs somewhere. I am asking you, why are housing and social services cut first while law enforcement continues to get more, to the point that they cannot even utilize all of the resources they've been allocated? My recommendation today is to repurpose a small portion of the tremendous amount of money in the MPD budget to invest in the dignity and safety of our community members. Please restore ERAP's funding to $14 million where it stood in 2021, while you continue to invest in other long-term solutions to housing costs and homelessness, as well as other social service programs in DC, like some of my colleagues have talked about today. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Yoakum. Tiffany Montgomery.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm a DC government whistleblower. I worked at the DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, and for several years now, I've been assisting United States Congress. And I want to raise concerns once again that some of the criminal suspects at the DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, also known as VEGA, have been criminally misusing their government office to criminally retaliate against me and others. Specifically, my former supervisor, Director of Office of Open Government, Mikal Allen, who was referred for criminal investigation by the DC Department of Human Resources and the DC Metropolitan Police Department fraudulently obtained my social security number, date of birth, and other information. She contacted various government agencies to make false statements against me after she was referred for criminal investigation by MPD and the DC Department of Human Resources Compliance and Integrity Division. Criminal suspect Allen has repeatedly committed perjury, and she was recommended for prosecution by at least 2 different federal government agencies. And I'm very disappointed with the DC Attorney General's office under corrupt Paul Racine, which not only failed to protect me, but committed frauds on the court for the benefit of criminal suspect McCall Allen, who they knew was repeatedly committing fraud, consistently committing fraud and perjury while in public office. I do want to thank the House of Representatives, GOP Oversight, and specifically Chairman James Comer's office and his legal staff, but also the U.S. Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Accountability. But I am very disappointed with the DC government, even with the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice, for failing to protect me as a whistleblower and failing to protect DC residents. Even some of the complainants or private citizens who have contacted Vega, and they were also subject to criminal retaliation by some of the Vega employees, including the former Chief Counsel, Johnny Barton, who was criminally misusing his public office in order to illegally operate a private law firm and real estate office. But he used to stalk some complainants at Vega. I even spoke to one individual who was a former administrative judge. And Johnny Barton has a history of stalking individuals, for which there was also a court order against him in the state of Maryland. But I am very disappointed in the DC government, and I wanted to bring this to light because Senator Mike Lee and Congressman Andy Ogles have introduced legislation called the Bowser Act, based on the quote,
Tiffany, I'm sorry to cut you off. You're over time. But
okay, all right. Well, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Charles Young.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Charles Young, and I'm the Community Safety Coordinator at Georgetown Business Improvement District. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I wish to focus my testimony on the funding the bid has received through the Safe Commercial Corridors program. As a grant recipient, the Georgetown bid's perspective is based on direct experience with the application, implementation, compliance, and reporting requirements associated with the public safety grant funding administered by DMPSJ. Simply stated, this program has allowed the bid to create a comprehensive community safety program for Georgetown. The public safety grant funding provided by the district has allowed the Georgetown bid to address safety concerns impacting businesses, residents, and visitors, while strengthening coordination among our members and district agencies. Grant funds have supported a variety of needed activities in Georgetown, including expansion of our bid safety programming, improved coordination with MPD, the rollout of our first safety ambassador program, and increased private camera deployments within the bid borders, and also the Fuses integration, which connects our cameras to the real-time crime center. These investments have contributed to improved public safety outcomes within Georgetown's commercial corridors. In fact, 70% of the crime footage on the cameras funded through this program have been used for NPD investigations. 50% of that footage shared with NPD produced identifiable, legible footage. One stakeholder even experienced a 17% reduction in shrink. And in the winter of 2024, we saw a number of commercial burglaries. Through awareness campaigns and partnering with MPD, burglary was down 69% in our bid. In 2025, the Georgetown bid maintains a strong and collaborative relationship with DMPSJ and appreciate the office's support and ongoing partnership. In particular, we recognize contributions from Julie Sywell, who has fostered an environment in which we are encouraged to ask questions, seek assistance, and provide feedback through the grant life cycle. Julie's timely responsiveness has supported effective grant implementation and has contributed to clarity and consistency in grant administration. The Georgetown bid recognizes that public safety grants represent a significant advancement for the people of the district and appreciates the oversight role of DMPSJ in ensuring these funds are administered effectively. Based on our experience, the combination of financial support and responsive grant management has enabled meaningful improvements in public safety programming and outcomes within our district. Without the grant support, the bid would not be able to sustain its current level of public safety services. The partnership and funding provided by the district have had a measurable and positive impact on Georgetown Commercial Corridor, and we hope this funding and its lasting impact can continue. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Young, and thank you for really spearheading what this program can and does look like now citywide. You all were the first ones to take it and run with it. And thank you for all of your efforts to stand it up and really serve as the model for this great grant program.
Thank you.
Devon Montgomery.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Devon Montgomery, and I'm the Dean of Students and Culture at Harmony DC Public Charter School, an elementary school in Ward 5, and an Empower Ed Fellow. I'm here today to ask the Council to address youth safety through a holistic lens grounded in restorative practices. Recently, youth safety has been approached by the DC Council and the district through a lens that ignores the root causes of community disruption. Youth safety is a multifaceted issue that has a multitude of contributing factors and manifestations. On the surface, keeping communities safe from youth violence may point to punitive measures like youth curfews and bans from athletic competitions, but these actions ignore the root causes associated with youth disconnection and disinvestment within community. Supporting youth with developing a strong sense of belonging within their community is the bridge to peace we often overlook. As a dean of students at an elementary school, I am tasked with uplifting scholar voices while simultaneously holding them accountable for their behavior and providing them with the tools to learn from their mistakes. Restorative practices have been the foundation of how we build up scholars' sense of belonging within our community. We elicit scholar voices through surveys, feedback, and real-time adjustments to restorative conversations to meet the needs of our scholars. We provide scholars with a variety of ways to advocate for themselves, including classroom calm down spaces, morning meeting, restorative conversations, clubs, and our National Elementary Honor Society. Scholars have a variety of ways to advocate for their needs to adults, and we utilize a variety of data points to examine our scholar programming. I've testified to this committee several times concerning ways to proactively engage youth in creating solutions that work for them. Scholars of all ages have testified that youth curfews criminalize their presence, not their behavior, reinforce harmful policing patterns, ignore systemic causes of youth disconnection, and punish victims of structural neglect. Our youth have been crying out to be able to be at the table with policymakers to effectively advocate for programming that would make communities across the city safer. We need to invest in our youth holistically by expanding funding for out-of-school time programs, community centers, safe passage initiatives, and youth employment opportunities. Additionally, the council should convene a youth advisory panel to directly inform safety, recreation, and mental health strategies. In our current political climate, a federal approach to safety has been proven to be beyond ineffective. As we move towards a more restorative approach to keeping our communities safe, it is imperative that we connect our safe passage efforts with our restorative work on campuses. Safe passage does not belong under the DMPSJ. The DMPSJ has severely damaged community members' trust in the idea of safe passage. In order to rebuild this community connections, a transfer of the program to another agency needs to occur. Our approach to youth safety needs to be grounded in holistic, proactive practices. Targeting youth safety through a punitive lens is like covering up a flesh wound with a Band-Aid. It refuses to get to the heart of the injury, fails to repair the damage, and leaves the wound open to infection and further damage. The path towards youth safety needs to involve uplifting youth voices and developing their sense of belonging to the community. It is imperative that we listen to what our youth are advocating for and provide them with infrastructure to thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony. Please review my written testimony for further elaborations.
Great. Thank you, Devon. And thank you for testifying at hearings in the past on these important issues. And we'll just remind folks that I introduced a package of 24 bills called Prosper DC, which aims to address a lot of these longer term issues and opportunities that we need to be providing for our young people, from creating a new app to connect kids with paid job opportunities, which is one of the #1 ideas that I hear from kids, to creating a youth villages program to support our justice involved kids, to creating teen centers to be available on nights and weekends to kids across the city. So while we can't move every piece of legislation through this committee, we hope that people make sure to go to other committees that are holding these bills right now to ensure that they get hearings and prioritized for funding in this budget cycle. So thank you for that. Kylie, I wanted to ask you, are you still here, Kylie Hogan?
Yes, I'm still here.
You talked about some of the pretrial screening and making sure that we're getting additional resources for kind of education around DV. What are you finding most effective that should be scaled on the education front? Like, are there specific places where you're able to meet with people or work with people who need some of that additional support or conflict management work that has been effective?
I think we have provided a lot of training, particularly across kind of the criminal justice system and public safety system. I think that training with judges, particularly, is something we were thinking about, and also particularly the use of things like bench cards that are just a really quick reminder that keeps things fresh. We've actually been in conversation with the new chief judge over the DV unit, but I think integrating that more into other areas of the court where we know we have crossover is a big thing. I think for pretrial services, we actually did some training with them, I want to say in 2024, and they came in and started working with us in the DVSR. So that's been really helpful. And I think there's a will there, but just how do we know that domestic violence is a very particular crime, and it's a crime with a pattern of violence. That requires a different assessment in terms of how someone is going to react once they're released. And unfortunately, it's something we hear over and over again that a criminal stay away order is put in place, but that doesn't mean that person isn't going right back to the house. And then how is there a notification? I think there's an element there of education, but also process that would be really important.
Okay, and can you say a little bit more about educating of the judges, like on what piece?
I think that it's multi-tiered. The dynamics of domestic violence. I say this as someone who's a domestic violence advocate and has been for over 15 years. It can be a really frustrating place to work, and I think particularly from a judge's perspective. So having that refresher on why these cases can be complex and sometimes frustrating. But I think the other big thing we've been thinking about is education around the lethality assessment elements. I think last count, there usually are about somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 filings for orders of protection. I think we've seen as Natalia mentioned, the papering of cases, so the amount of cases that are actually sitting before the judges in a criminal context go up. How do you identify those elements that should really make you more concerned or take a case more seriously? Because we do know there are elements within DB that should give people pause, such as has a gun been there, strangulation, escalating violence. And so having something that's really quick and easy to look at and know where we've got the most at-risk offenders, I think would be very helpful.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of our public witnesses who are here today. We are going to take a brief recess until 2 p.m. and then we will pick up with the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, Lindsay Appiah. The time is now 1:35 and we are recessed. right. Welcome back, everybody. We are reconvening this public hearing for performance oversight with the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, and we have been joined by Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah and team. Earlier today, we heard from our public witnesses on this agency. I want to welcome you, Deputy Mayor, and ask if your team can also introduce themselves and their position for the record, and we'll swear everyone in. We can start with you,
Hi,
Nicole.
good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto. Nicole Peckham. I serve as her Chief of Staff.
Thanks.
John Nitz, Agency Fiscal Officer supporting Deputy Mayor's office.
Well, thank you. If you all can turn your microphone on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm gonna ask everybody in this committee, we treat everybody with respect. We're gonna ask you all to please sit down and let our Deputy Mayor testify. Guys, I'm gonna ask you all to please sit down and let our Deputy Mayor testify. You okay?
Got it.
Deputy Mayor Appiah, if you have any opening statement, I'd like for you to give it at this time.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto, members and staff of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Lindsay Appiah, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Thank you for this opportunity to offer testimony on the performance of the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice during fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 to date. Before I discuss our performance in FY25 and FY26, I must take a few minutes to acknowledge how truly proud and humbled I am to lead the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. For more than 3 years, the more than 10,000 hardworking employees of our cluster agencies and PSJ front office team have showed up on the good days, the hard days, and the extremely challenging days, which are etched in our memories forever. Their continued dedication and commitment to the residents and visitors of the district is evident, and I want them to know we see and deeply appreciate their constant hard work. Thank you. The year 2025 was truly like no other in the district and will be remembered as one of the most historic and challenging years in our city's history. The year started with the district hosting 3 national special security events known as NSSEs in January. Many urban jurisdictions may host an NSSE occasionally or annually, but 3 in 1 month is notable. It started with the state funeral for former President Jimmy Carter, designated from January 4th to 9th, 2025, the 2025 Electoral College vote count on January 6th, 2025, and then the 2025 inauguration from January 19th to 21st, 2025. Also in January, in fact, the day before the counting and certification of electoral votes, we activated a snow emergency. And then the district's snows team responded to multiple snow events throughout January and February. Tragically, just approximately a week after the 2025 inauguration, the unimaginable and unthinkable occurred. A regional jet and helicopter collided over the Potomac River, resulting in one of the worst plane crashes in the country's recent history. Under Incident Commander Chief John Donnelly, an extraordinary team of approximately 2,500 local, state, and federal first responders, public safety officials, and scientists supported the district's recovery efforts. This team heroically worked together, and that collaboration was critical in the moments and days after the crash, which led to the recovery of all 67 victims. This was only possible due to the level of commitment and compassion of everyone working on this response, especially the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, the Department of Forensic Sciences, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, and the Office of Unified Communications. We acknowledge the extraordinary heroism of first responders, police, firefighters, paramedics, public servants, scientists, and others whose courage shaped the response, and we remember the 67 victims and continue to hold their loved ones in our hearts. Our year continued with several planned high-profile events such as World Pride DC 2025 and the United States Army 250th Anniversary Parade, And tragically, the district experienced 2 domestic terrorism incidents, with the shootings at the Capitol Jewish Museum in May and the National Guard shooting in November. We hold these victims and all those victimized in our city last year and their loved ones in our prayers and continue to send our well wishes to National Guard Sergeant Wolf during his recovery. DMPSJ provides oversight of the 12 district agencies and the DC National Guard that comprise the Public Safety and Justice Cluster to ensure they are efficiently and effectively meeting their core critical agency mission and functions, working together across our government to advance public safety and justice priorities, and coordinating with our local, regional, and federal partners to enhance the safety of our city. The missions of the agencies of the PSJ cluster are dynamic, complex, yet interconnected. Each plays a critical role in the overall health and functioning of our public safety and justice ecosystem, which is centered around, as you often hear, prevention, intervention, and enforcement, accountability, and rehabilitation. I want to publicly acknowledge the directors of the Public Safety and Justice Cluster, national experts in their respective fields, for their skilled leadership, partnership with each other and their respective stakeholders, and commitment to the public safety and justice ecosystem and safety and well-being of the residents and visitors of the district. The collaboration inside our cluster and agency and amongst their agency peers brought us to one of the strongest years in public safety and justice. This is despite adjusting to Congress taking $1 billion from the DC budget and working together to protect home rule. I cannot thank them enough for their leadership and service. The mayor continues to charge the entirety of our government with driving down crime and working to enhance the safety of those we serve. This means DMPSJ's priority in FY25 was and remains in FY26 to ensure all residents and visitors are safe, victims of crime experience justice, those that harm our community are held accountable, and that we invest in rehabilitation and prevention programs and initiatives aimed at stopping crime before it's committed. First, I'd like to highlight the district's reductions in crime. In FY25, DMPSJ continued to support the PSJ ecosystem by ensuring cluster agencies had resources and technology necessary to reduce violent crime. In 2025, we continued to build on reductions we achieved in 2024. We decreased violent crime by 28%, including a 32% reduction in homicides. This was the lowest number of homicides in at least 8 years. We increased our homicide closure rate to 85%, the highest homicide closure rate in 13 years. Carjackings were down 50%, and traffic fatalities were down 52%. In 2026, year to date, the district has recorded 4 homicides. Violent crime is down 35% over this time in 2025, and total crime for 2026 is down 31% compared to last year. These critical safety and crime reduction gains are the result of a combination of legislative, programmatic, and budget investments during the past 3 years. From the passage of Secure DC Omnibus Amendment Act of 2024, opening of MPD's Real-Time Crime Center, reimagining the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, launching the district's Whole Blood program, which is on track to record 500 patients served in the field, the passage of the Juvenile Curfew Amendment Act of 2025, and our focus on returning citizen program at the Ready Center. There is not one factor that led to our 2025 crime reduction. Rather, I believe it demonstrates symbiosis in the public safety and justice ecosystem and the convergence of our collective hard work and whole of government approach over the past few years. Without going into all of these, an example of our whole of government work that I'd like to highlight is our multi-agency public safety task force that we deploy to support MPD's Operation Thrive, targeted homicide reduction through intervention and violence elimination, launched in January 2024. In 2025, we continue to see the benefits of this focused effort, which ensures a collaborative approach to preventing homicides through focused deployment of MPD and cross-cluster personnel and resources partnered in neighborhoods most affected by homicides. In 2025, through our efforts, we saw violent crime drop 37% in over 2024. We continue to deploy our multi-agency nightlife task force in our H Street, U Street, and Connecticut Avenue corridors. Each of those areas saw reductions in violent crimes last year, with H Street seeing a 14% reduction, U Street experiencing a 38% reduction in violent crime, and Connecticut Avenue experiencing an 18% reduction in violent crime. In addition to our above described efforts, DMPSJ continues to work collaboratively with our agencies to strengthen operations. In June 2025, the executive and Chair Pinto signed an agreement for the success of ONES. That agreement addresses program requirements, reporting requirements, implementation and oversight, government coordination, and benchmarks to develop the district's comprehensive violence intervention program. We continue to do that work together to strengthen ones. During my time as deputy mayor, DMPSJ received grant-making authority and currently manages 3 grants: Safe Passage, Safe Commercial Corridors, and the Safe and Secure DC Nonprofit Grant. I'm sure there'll be a number of questions on how we've strengthened those, but in my testimony that is for the record, you'll see that we have implemented standard operating procedures, metrics for performance, key things that are necessary to continue to ensure the successful implementation of those programs. Each of those Safe Commercial Corridors expanded in FY25 with 12 grantees across the district. Lastly, I'd be remiss if I did not talk about the presidentially declared emergency in August, in which the president invoked Section 740 of the Home Rule Act. While we know we had driven down crime to its lowest level in decades prior to the emergency being declared, this action by the president stands as a stark reminder of our unique vulnerability because we are not a state, and the gravity of the moment in which we find ourselves in the district. As I shared previously, we must be laser focused on preserving home rule and our autonomy, and a vital component of that work is continuing to drive down crime and increase safety in our city. I've said before, we cannot fail to continue to act with urgency and speed necessary to meet the ever-present challenges to our autonomy and self-determination. Failure to act leaves a vacuum that the federal government continues to make clear that it will fill. For the remainder of the year, we must continue to work together to ensure we are best positioned to govern our city and implement policies that benefit our residents and visitors. DMPSJ will continue to support the work of our agencies in meeting their critical missions, ensuring we are good stewards of district resources and resident trust, that we defend and protect our autonomy and self-determination, and that we do everything we can to ensure that all our residents and visitors are safe, victims of crime experience justice, those that harm our community are held accountable, and that we invest in rehabilitation and prevention programs aimed at stopping crime. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge my team at the Office of Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Thank you for your work to support me, our office, the PSJ cluster agencies, and DC government. You go above and beyond. You do jobs, other duties as assigned, maybe stretched to the limits of in PSJ, but we appreciate you. I also would be remiss, as this is my 3rd time at this table, to not thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for your partnership in helping make our city safer. We don't always agree, as the executive and legislative branches won't, and that's kind of the beauty of our democracy, but I've always found you collaborative, and I appreciate that. And our success is all of ours as a city. We have, the people are living. We have less people dying in our city, and I don't take that lightly. We exist in a space that's life and death, which is not normal. It just isn't. And yet, we have worked together, like I said, across legislative, programmatic, and made adjustments where we need to, where we, when our time is done in these seats, whenever that may be, can say that we've made our city safer and stronger. So thank you for that. Thank you for your time and this opportunity to discuss our work in DMPSJ in FY25 and 26 to date. I'm now available for any questions you may have.
Well, thank you so much, Deputy Mayor Appiah, for your testimony and that review. It's really unbelievable that all of that happened over the last year. And I want to thank and congratulate you and your team for all of the really incredible work to drive down crime since your tenure began. And the thousands of people who work in your cluster every single day. It is not easy work. It is very intense work. And as you mentioned, it's life and death work. And so we really appreciate all of the efforts of everybody in our public safety and justice cluster, and you leading it as well. So this has been a very different year in the city because of what we've seen from the federal government. And starting in August, when President Trump declared an emergency in the District of Columbia and really ramped up interference that we had never seen in our city before, both with sending in National Guard troops from states from across the country, setting up a new task force, sending in more and more agents across agencies. Can you walk us through the differences that federal involvement has gone through over the last 6 months? What did that look like in August? How has that evolved over the last 6 months? And where do we stand today with the work of that task force and how any efforts are going on between the local and the federal public safety agencies?
Yeah, so I would actually back up to, I believe it was March, when the president put down the first executive order that actually established the Safe and Beautiful Task Force, which I think was an indication to the district that there was going to be, which we likely knew before, but there would be a significant sort of whole of federal government approach to areas where maybe traditionally the federal government hadn't been involved. Things like graffiti and areas where there may have been taken an interest through through the fact that a lot of DC is federal and MPS and Interior have responsibility over that, but that there would be an increased focus from the administration on the operations of the district. Obviously, once the federally declared emergency happened, that invoked 740 of home rule, which what that says, which we've discussed, is that the president may request and the mayor must provide services of the Metropolitan Police Department to assist in federal purposes. And so for the period of the emergency, there's a lot of distinctions, because for the emergency, that portion of 740 was related to MPD services. But there already was the other part of it, which was the president directing basically all of the executive agencies through that executive order to do all these different things, right? And then there was a companion executive order that was entered the same day as the invocation of the emergency to the National Guard, which is how they were deployed. So that was separate from the emergency. So throughout the pendency of the emergency, there were requests made for MPD services, right? What that looked like, we tried to shape, and we said that because if we're saying if this is focused on crime, which is what the emergency said, then there are ways in which we can work together to drive down crime, but it won't be having sort of wild amounts of agents who don't normally do this work in our neighborhoods all over the place. So during that period, there was a flooding in of agents, and we tried to, as much as possible, pair them with MPD, but there were a lot of them.
Can you say a little bit
Yeah.
more about why you thought it was the best approach to pair them with
Right.
MPD?
Because the actual flooding of federal agents occurred before the declaring of the emergency. It was the Thursday before, actually, and the president declared the emergency that following Monday. From Thursday to Monday, we saw agents jumping out in neighborhoods, large groups, just bad policing, honestly. And we had that discussion where we're watching agents coming in from agencies where they are agents. They are not urban police, right? Like doing urban law enforcement in cities, in neighborhoods where we felt like they were engaging in conduct that we don't do, that we don't believe is best either for their safety or anybody else's. And most importantly, for the safety of residents and visitors, just this uncontrolled people in neighborhoods they don't know. And that to us was not going to increase safety nor drive down violent crime. It was going to create a more dangerous situation for everybody. So our thinking was to increase safety and to try to bring some order, which is, it was already chaotic. And our residents, we want to be able to live, but people can't live in fight or flight, and chaos will create. One of the things, to be honest, we were very concerned about was officer-involved shootings and things that would inflame and incite an already very volatile situation. Our city is compact, as we know. And so having all of this activity, the more that we could try to shape that, we thought might mitigate danger for everybody. So that was really what it is, because in those first days of what we saw, just groups of agents all over, which was not going to be sustainably safe or otherwise. And our concern with, from the beginning, the mayor's objective to us is we need to find our way out of this emergency. It's that simple. We've got to preserve home rule. That's our North Star. And we need to try to get this emergency ended in 30 days with the understanding that was not necessarily the intent of the administration.
So rewinding a little bit to March then and the
Yeah.
establishment of the task force, How, if at all, did membership change between March 2025 and August 2025 and today with who serves on that task force, especially from the local government?
The federal membership didn't change at all. The local membership, we didn't really participate. We would answer questions if they were posed to us. That was basically our participation. The emergency happened and that task force existed, but there also then was a very, the White House was very involved in a way that was kind of separate from the task force, because who was involved during the emergency were more senior level officials in the White House and in the Department of Justice, right? The Attorney General was tasked with executing the emergency. So that the task force is not necessarily have that level of official in it. It's more staff level individuals. Since the end of the emergency, the mayor put the mayor's order in place because what we did not want, district government has to run. These agencies have statutorily mandated functions like picking up trash and all of these things. And the federal government reaching in, talking to the wrong people, asking questions, we thought would be, again, disorderly and making it very difficult for agencies to execute the functions that they need to do on behalf of the district residents. So the structure that was established, the Safe and Beautiful Emergency Operations Center, was done with the mind that the federal government was clear they're not going anywhere, right? The administration was clear, we're not leaving, this is DC, where are we going? But our thinking that we need to have an order and a way in which we actually streamline requests or otherwise, or at a senior level, I was appointed because oftentimes requests are for information that it's a question that could be answered that doesn't need to go all the way through an agency who then is diverting attention and resources and all of this to try and figure out if they should even be engaging. And so the difference from the emergency is there is less, there has been a drawback of the number of personnel of law enforcement personnel.
And you've seen that across federal agencies?
That's correct.
And are you quantifying that drawback?
So we know, yes, we know what numbers are, and that the predominant numbers that make up the task force, really, to be honest with you, is the National Guard. There are still federal law enforcement because there's always federal law enforcement in the district, but what you heard us say in December is what is true now. What we've done is put agents to the best of our ability into places and roles that they work in. If you're an FBI agent, they are embedded in our violent crime teams, right, to do work that FBI agents do. DEA, they are embedded, they are now doing narcotics work, right? Marshals, they were already in Cardiff, but we expanded, which is one of our regional task force, which primarily focused on carjackings to also include robberies. So they're helping us close robbery cases. So, you know, instead of them being beat cops, which they are not, we are trying to make it more effective at closing cases and actually continuing to drive down crime.
So are there any federal agencies now who are doing patrolling?
There are sometimes because of the numbers, there are some, they will be matched with MPD, like violent crime suppression. Believe it's, or CST, our crime suppression teams. So the numbers, again, have been reduced because, again, we're trying to because they have jobs, right? Like, and there's, you know, if you're, no matter what agency, they have work, many of them across the country. And just like all law enforcement agencies, they have limited numbers of people. And so the only entity, and I'll continue to say, is the National Guard is separate, right? Like we never embedded them into law enforcement teams.
Okay. And so let's speak about the National Guard for a moment. So you mentioned in your testimony, the DC National Guard is in your cluster and reports to you. And so when we had the influx of National Guard troops from around the country, what did their reporting structure look like, and has that changed since August?
So there's a portion of the DC National Guard that reports to me, which is DC Gov Ops. The head of that is Marcus Hunt, who has a dual reporting to the commanding general and then to me. And the reason that is because all of there are 54 National Guards, all of them report to the chief executive of their jurisdiction, except for the DC National Guard, right? So in order to still have connectivity with the district, there is this sort of individual who helps to bring that connectivity. And I also do meet with the commanding general because they are our DC National Guard. That structure is what was sort of subject of the litigation because it's not necessarily clear to us what that reporting structure is. I believe they report still to their respective governors, but also to the task force, but that, is not necessarily clear to us.
So if there is a district need like snow removal,
yeah.
and well, let me ask it this way. Was a request made for the National Guard to help with snow removal?
Yeah, so we put in RFI. So what you saw in the mayor's order is she was like, we'll still at the bottom request the DC National Guard in the way that we do. So anytime we request the services of the DC National Guard, we go through a RFI process that goes up through the Pentagon because ultimately it goes to the Secretary of the Army. And so we did put an RFI at the beginning of or prior to the storm for several things. At the beginning of the storm, the National Guard, the DC National Guard, was assisting with things that they do. Like we need the types of vehicles that help fire EMS and MPD move through snow that they provide, some guardsmen. With the request for snow removal, this is one where because we had an existing RFI, to be honest, I worked directly with the commanding general, right, of the DC National Guard versus we already had an RFI in place for assistance to the district. So the coordination of the resources with General Blanchard, from me to General Blanchard.
And then did General Blanchard coordinate the request for other agents who are here?
So how he meets the request then becomes on him, right? And I think what his perspective was, and we all for requests for the district, we request DC National Guard, and that's who he really. That's who he provides, is our guardsmen. He did say that others wanted to help from other states, right? Because, and so to the extent they wanted to, that was something that he was amenable to, but that the provision of kind of meeting the district's need is through the DC National Guard. Now, just like with inauguration, when there's a request for guard, if it exceeds the numbers they're able to provide, they may request assistance from other states in order to meet whatever the kind of breadth of the request is.
Okay. So in terms of the task force membership,
yes,
the executive order that the president moved names a number of departments: Department of Interior, Department of Transportation, FBI, Marshal Service, ATF, U.S. Attorney's offices, and the Department of Homeland Security. And Mayor Bowser has talked about in the past of her intention to get the Department of Homeland Security off of this task force. How have those efforts gone, and are they still serving on the task force?
They are still serving on the task force. They're just like all agencies that I've said, there is significantly reduced numbers for a host of reasons, I can assume, because they have work across the country. That is an ongoing. There are discussions about anything related to the values of the district, whether it's immigration enforcement, who we work with. All of those discussions are constant. And she is, I would say the mayor's pretty relentless, in raising the issues that she believes are important. So when she says that this is a regular discussion, it is. And that some of the work that we do is continuing to be like, okay, that this is what we want, what we don't want. Okay, please reduce the numbers. This is what we will not do. This is what we can do. That's absolutely unacceptable to the district. There are other things don't go there. And they can say yes or no, right? Because again, they don't report to the district. But we are constantly raising issues that we see and things that don't align with our values to them.
Okay, so let me ask you about this. We can't say they can say yes or no question, and then I'll turn to my colleague for a round. The emergency ended, right?
Correct.
And so the emergency specified that the president can call on MPD services for this period of 30 days. So what is the legal distinction of what they can or cannot call upon now that there is no presidentially declared emergency?
They don't call on MPD now, right? MPD throughout this is always reported to the mayor, but they can't make requests for MPD services and the mayor's not compelled to provide them, right? That's what 740 mandated. Now, as we've said, the large number of these agencies always work with the district, that a lot of our coordinated law enforcement efforts, really it's an enhancement of those efforts that we've had in place. ATF, FBI, U.S. Marshal Service, DEA, these are all relationships we had, but there's increased sort of cooperation on like homicide investigations. That's why you're seeing like 85%, the national average is 61%, because there's a focus that they have been sort of tasked with having on the district that before may or may not have been there at the same intensity. The reality is, though, that federal law enforcement in our city, they have jurisdiction, right? Like there are several of them that have concurrent jurisdiction to even enforce district statutes, right? The Marshal Service, the U.S. Park Police, right? But then the others do have their missions that are directed by their respective executive through the president, so they can operate in the district. Our goal remains the same. If these resources are here, we want them focused on reducing crime and violent crime in particular. We don't want chaos in our streets, and by and large, those agents and those at that level don't want that either, right? Like because they're working at a day-to-day level, with other federal law enforcement and MPD, and to try and focus on what we've said is important.
Thank you. We've been joined by my Ward 5 colleague, Councilmember Zachary Parker. I'll turn to you now for a 10-minute round.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, and it's good to see you again, Deputy Mayor. I'll jump right in. In response to question 19 in the pre-hearing responses, you note that the passage of the Road Act has two provisions that impact your agency.
Yep.
One is that it requires the creation of a plan for a unified juvenile justice system.
Yes.
And the second is a report to the council on the feasibility of creating a psychiatric residential treatment facility in DC.
Correct.
Can you provide an update on the status of those two components?
Yeah, so we'll start with the psychiatric residential treatment facility. So the CJCC undertook basically kind of what this would look, some of what this would look like, right? Because they did a report on the feasibility of a PRTF and also the necessity. That made a lot of sense because, in fact, there are kind of body that coordinates across both local and federal. And the other thing that they did is they reached out to like DBH and other executive agencies. And so for our purposes, having kind of dueling reports didn't make sense. So that report, I think, was just presented. It might have been last month or sometime. It might have even been this, who knows, like that January. I think it was January to the principals to look at. We thought it made sense to use that as a springboard rather than, again, like having kind of a dual report going on of the feasibility. A lot of, I think in there, they talked with several of the agencies that would utilize beyond PSJ, right? Like, so DBH or CFSA, that might, and also often not thought about court social services, right? Who uses PRTFs as well. And they're outside of the executive, which is why it made sense for CJCC to do that, because not that they can compel the court or CSSD, but we're all partners in CJCC. And so there's a bit of a hook there to get kind of a more holistic picture of what that could look like. And so we will use that to inform kind of if there are other recommendations to make or otherwise, but that's the status of that. On the unified system, we had done a lot of a lot of the legal internal research we have. And so like we know what it would require to create a unified system and kind of the two options that are available. What we haven't really gauged or at this point is the sort of political, like, so the court has to, there's paths, right? But one of them is congressional, and that is a part of the larger discussions we're having around, there's things in here about Privacy Act and all of these things that we just kind of need from the federal government. We have that discussion in there, like what is the appetite for a unified system, or even for pieces coming to the district, whether it's more probation, whether it's probation for specific youth, most violent offenders. So that's kind of where we are with that, is like we have the legal framework by which we could do it. There are two paths, but the position of the court previously, it's been iterative, just so you know, like different chief judges have different feelings about whether or not the executive should have this function.
Understood.
Um,
And are you able to provide to this committee, and I would argue the Committee on Youth Affairs, those various paths and
Sure, like the-
your thinking on it? And it's worth noting, I support the unified system, but also objectively realize our political climate. I'll put it
Yeah.
that way.
and how much they want to give to the district. Sometimes Congress, because this would be a congressional action, potentially because court social services currently has probation, and because it's in the court, any change to jurisdiction has to come, it can come from Congress, or it can be an agreement between, this is how it was done for CFSA. There was an agreement between the court and the executive that allowed for that. So those are basically the two paths. Either Congress says yes, which they're not firmly opposed, but everything's very political right now. Okay.
Go figure. It would be great if Congress were focused on these things
Yeah.
and not tax policy, but I digress. In response to pre-hearing question 41, you stated that you supported the Juvenile Curfew Emergency Amendment Act, and that it will continue to work with council related to necessary measures to ensure preventative steps or tools are available. It is my understanding the council is entertaining a permanent version of the youth curfew. Can you speak to what data or evidence you are pointing to that would warrant a permanent version of that curfew?
Yeah, I mean, so I think that like some of the main indicator, like, so we've talked about this before, like, right? Like we look at juvenile crime, that's one of them. And
Which is down.
which is all crime is down, right? But I would note that even though all crime is down, if you looked at the proportion of juvenile crime, and particularly what wasn't down last year was shootings for juveniles. So we had an increase in the number of juveniles who were shot, and then the increase who were killed, while the rest of our numbers were markedly down. And that we take note of, right? Because you're like, it shouldn't be. If you looked at the NIJCR report, over time, they've said the district has a disproportionate amount of young people involved in gun violence, and that even increased last year. The CJCC just did an analysis for the end of 2025. That's troubling, right? Like, because our whole system went like this and the juveniles went like this. That's not what we're looking for. So that type of data informs, to me, changes that we make to the system, because if everything's going like this, I'm concerned, right? That is not the same trend that
And
we're
that's
seeing.
certainly concerning, but how, and I will admit, I'm more skeptical of a permanent version of the curfew. I supported an emergency act
Yeah.
to give MPD the tool, but how, if we take the gun violence as the data point, how are we pointing to the curfew as the solution versus more aggressive gun captures or other means that MPD or others could be taking?
There is no one solution. Like I said in my test, there's no one thing that prevents or reduces crime. Like we need a host of tools. I always say you have to put prescribe whatever, right? Like combination of prescription fits what's going on. One of the things that I will say is that the juvenile takeovers, you saw this, it results in violence. I'll point out what happened at Union Station last week when we had a young person shot by two young people. What happened is there had been essentially a meetup inside Union Station, and they were put outside. And that fight turned into a gun crime outside. One of the things we want to do is prevent that. And Union Station, we had heard of another takeover that might happen on Saturday night. So we had MPD, we had violence interrupters. We're starting to see a pickup. I'll tell you, and I noted this to the chief, we've had fights at two games, our basketball games in the past week that have resulted in violence. So I don't say there's any one solution, but what we saw when we did the curfew zones in limited places is that those areas that the kind of mayhem dissipated, and it didn't move to other places. It wasn't. So I just point out there's no one solution, which is why we're willing to talk about anything. But I'm concerned about removing tools that have helped us to at least kind of dissipate in some places.
And to date, how many zones have been established?
I think it's 15 total, but let me.
And if I could squeeze in one more question here, but before I do, I would be remiss not to say Congress could also help with our gun violence issue by enacting common sense gun reform. But I will move on. And in response to your question 37, And question 41, you stated that one of the initiatives to tackle juvenile crime in fiscal year 25 was developing a youth response team under the Juvenile Investigative Responsive Unit,
Yes,
and that that's supposed to launch this fiscal year,
it already has.
or it has launched.
Yes.
Can you give us a status update of that?
Sure. So we in maybe it was last fiscal year, I don't know, like 2 years ago, we transferred the One's Leadership Academy staff to DMPSJ with the thought that we need that while that they were doing good work, but it wasn't necessarily in the right place. And we need things to be aligned. One's needed to be focused on gun violence for certain cohorts. So that unit came over to DMPSJ, and when the juvenile response unit, the Juvenile Investigative Response Unit was launched at MPD, we thought that team, the previous One's Leadership Academy, could serve as a companion to do the intensive sort of outreach work that they're kind of missing, right? That there are times we get referrals from DHS where they're not able to kind of get a young person who's not ready engage, and all of their services are voluntary, right? So we need that relentless follow-up, credible messenger style. And there was no team to do it. This team is doing that. So we spent last year.
People are on that team?
Oh, it's 12? 8, I'm sorry. 8 plus the supervisor, so 9 total. And so where we get referrals, just so you know, it's MPD, like we take the chronic runaway list, right? Where you're like, this child is run 10, 11 times, something's going on, where CFSA is having a hard time maybe figuring it out. We get referrals from DHS. We get a weekly proximity to crime, where young people are near crime and they're not connected to anything. But again, their families are like, we don't want
And this
service.
team is more proactive.
They're going out and doing that relentless engagement.
Quick follow-up in my last 2 seconds. I note that you say this team is creating success plans for the youth that they're working with. That sounded similar to DRS, but can you speak to what components are included in these plans?
So it is very similar to the DWRS concept. And if we had alignment, like a unified system, this would be a DWRS. And in fact, who we took, to be honest with you, to come over to help us with the team was Musa Mahdi, who was at DWRS, and it's been a long time helping establish Credible Messenger, because that really is what it is.
So if I'm zooming out, this team working with Ones
they're with us. They're in DMPSJ.
Okay, that team under your office is spread out across the city, taking on leads from many different places, DHS.
We created a process by which they can make referrals, and then how people kind of,
So you've identified a young person. Just walk me through this. So let's say the young person is compliant. I'm creating a plan for how I'm going to work with them to get them.
What we want to get them is into the actual programs that we have available to them, right? Like, so if you're chronically running away, something's going on, but CFSA, like they're going to focus on family, but that child, something's going on with that child, and they may not remove the child from the home, right? They're not a service delivery agency, and they'll tell you that, right? DHS, everything's voluntary, and sometimes the child is not ready, but really what they need is a mentor to walk them through. So it very much does become like, well, okay, they might not be ready now, you say, but that doesn't change the fact that they're not going to school. So like, we can't just be like, they're not ready. Like, or we can't say they opt out, because that doesn't change the
I'm way over time, but
Okay.
the natural question I had was, what happens if the young person is not compliant? They're not receptive to this youth response team member. Are you escalating it?
They continue. So we work with MPD, we work with the agencies, because they still, like, if you're truant, you're truant, right? Like, we're not substituting that, but we want to get you in programs to help you not be truant, right?
Understood.
So we're not taking away the referrals or probation, because probation also is something that we look at. You still have your supervision agencies or otherwise, but you and I know that there's some kids that are falling through the cracks. And if we're going to prevent them from going further upstream in crime, and then getting committed, that we have to do something, right? And it can't just be like, well, we know that they have engaged like 15 times and they're just not ready. And you're like, well,
More of this, proactive
Yeah.
steps to disrupt the patterns that we're seeing with some of our young people. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto.
thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. That was good. Back and forth. Okay, so Returning to our conversation around the federal presence.
Yes.
You mentioned that you are keeping track of the numbers of officers that are here for the agencies. What are those numbers?
I don't have the breakdown. Like I know at any given day, the total, there's several thousand National Guardsmen, and then
There's 7,000.
no, several thousand or a couple thousand,
Oh.
several thousand. Like
Mhm.
they're not like secretive about those numbers. They put them out. And then the combination is not much more than that of others. So it's a couple thousand any given day. The exact numbers fluctuate. But the largest bulk is the National Guard. So if there are 3,000 that they say comprise the task force, 2,800 will be the National Guard, likely 150 will be MPD, and 50 will be a combination of others. That's a very it fluctuates, but what I just laid out is pretty much the breakdown you would see.
And that's been consistent since August?
No, that's been consistent since the past several months, but no, during the emergency, those numbers were significantly higher. So I would say after the cessation of the emergency, there's been a bit of a slow kind of drawdown as we see that crime kind of continues to go down. And so those numbers have probably been consistent for the past several months. I would say maybe November through now. Yeah.
And who is coordinating that? Who is
That's the
tracking?
Marshal Service.
So does the Marshal Service sit on top of all of that?
The task force rolls up to the Marshal Service.
Okay. And so presumably the U.S. Marshal Service.
The U.S. Marshal
And
Service, yes.
presumably all of the agencies that are sending troops or agents through the task force are then sharing with the Marshal Service how many there are and where they're being deployed?
Yeah, because they're the coordinating, who oversees the federal entities.
Okay. And so you had mentioned that when it comes to MPD's role, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it was something like, they are the federal government and they can be here and we're working with them. Who makes that call from our side as to what that coordination looks like on any given day or for a range of issues?
I mean, that's MPD, when it comes to the law enforcement, like deployment, for the sort of general, that is MPD. So whether it is, like the commander who's deciding for his particular kind of area at roll call, you've heard us talk about this, like this is how we'll deploy resources, that it's MPD because during the emergency, it was, I don't know that it was that they were overtaking what MPD was doing because they can't do that because MPD reports to the mayor. But I would say now it really truly is MPD is the primary law enforcement agency for the district and the others are there to support, I would say, the efforts of MPD. So the deployment is primarily made, they have a coordinated meeting. I think the chief spoke about this in December and can speak more to it and when MPD is here, but they will have regular sort of supervisor meetings to be like, okay, this is what we think is the best use of resources. But it's primarily really now supportive of MPD efforts at reducing crime. That's really what the primary work is focused on.
Okay. Is MPD assisting any officers in civil immigration enforcement?
No, MPD does not do civil immigration enforcement.
Okay, and how are we tracking that? Like, how do you know that that is the case?
I mean, so it's consistent with our policy. When we are made aware of, because this comes up, which hasn't really happened in months, made aware of incidents in which people are saying that they're seeing MPD somehow engaged in civil immigration enforcement, which we then, do research to find out one way or the other. But it's like any policy violation. If we learn of a policy violation, we investigate it through internal affairs and others, and actually just kind of immediately to find out what the situation is, because it is the policy of the district to not engage in civil immigration enforcement. And that hasn't changed. What changed in the emergency was we were required to assist. The court was clear with us that that is a federal purpose. So that order was put in place to clarify the limited space in which MPD would provide would assist in for a federal purpose pursuant to the emergency. Post-emergency, we went back to our policy, which has been in place since I think like 2011, right? Which is This is how MPD operates in this space. We don't do civil immigration enforcement. Here are the things that we do with warrants or otherwise, which is in that policy, which I think originally came out of the mayor's order that Mayor Gray or some, did in 2011.
So the MPD policy order that said in certain limited circumstances, is it your understanding that that is effectively rescinded since the emergency is over?
When the emergency ended, we returned to our prior policy, which is policy, whatever that everyone points out as well, that laid out our relationship and how we operated with federal immigration, with warrants, with all of those throughout the past 15 years. And that is what they are operating under.
Okay, and has that been communicated to all officers at MPD?
It has been communicated to officers, and when we hear that there's a misunderstanding, because people ask that, we like try and find out what the source of that is, train, figure out what the confusion is, if there is any, although again, there haven't been many instances raised to us of specific kind of violations. And when that happens, then we go and investigate and figure out what's going on. But that's the policy as it stands.
So let me give you a real example that happened in Ward 5 outside of bilingual public charter school. So, and this is as communicated to me by the former chief. And we talked about this at a hearing where somebody was allegedly pulled over for a traffic violation in front of DC Bilingual. And in dealing with that ticket, they pulled up and realized that there was a immigration issue. Then MPD officers were there with other agents and presumably assisted in immigration enforcement.
Or they didn't. Like what they were doing was the traffic stop, and the other officers then, right, like they were doing the traffic stop. The situation, this is one that's been, to be honest with you, like I'm not sure that it's great for me to sort of get into the details since it's investigated by OPC and the chief can speak to it more proficiently, but MPD was doing a traffic stop, right? There absolutely were other entities there who ran the individual and they saw that there was an immigration, at which point MPD is like, we no longer, like the traffic stop is done. But if people are there, they're going to take possession, which is what they did, or custody. And then it becomes, we've talked about this, right? Like those other entities, the federal ones who do have the authority to do immigration enforcement. So there's this idea, I think there's, some of this is like the language of what does it mean to assist? What is coordinating? We're using a lot of euphemisms that are very tricky, right? We don't do civil immigration enforcement. We have no part in that. But we recognize that if people are present and they run a number, I'm not clear that there's this ability to be like, okay, what is the expectation for MPD to do at that point?
Well, but
because they've stopped.
But that's what I'm asking you as the deputy mayor, like what is our expectation of our officers? Because if the policy is we locally don't handle civil immigration enforcement, that makes sense. But there are a lot of unclear situations where perhaps an arrest is initiated for an entirely different issue, but then an immigration related issue comes up. So what are we telling our officers about what they can and cannot do post initiation?
So let me say this. I don't think that there's this vast confusion amongst MPD officers because this incident is the one people keep talking about from September, which was fairly soon after. And I'm not saying all the others that people have raised, when we look into them, it's, well, Metro Transit was doing a stop for fare enforcement. There may be warrant enforcement that's happening that people right now, because people don't know what's going on, there may be conflating. But I'm not saying that every single day there are, literally thousands of calls for service over the course of maybe a week, right? We have thousands of calls for MPD service. And what keeps coming up is a limited number of instances, which I think there will always be the case in policing where there are instances where you're like, that's not clear. Is that park police jurisdiction or otherwise? And we address those. But I kind of bristle to act as this is a systemic issue because we have had this happening in our city for 6 months. And there isn't, quite frankly, the level of immigration enforcement I think people think is happening, because we would hear and see these instances more than this instance that keeps on coming up. So I'm not denigrating nor minimizing that, but if there was a mass confusion amongst our officers, we would hear more instances that people could directly bring to us, and it hasn't been, or raised to OPC actually, for us to then make some sort of adjustment or clarification to our officers or otherwise. So that's what I would say. These are complex times and situations we didn't ask for. And what we're trying to do is manage to the best of our ability, because having people think they want chaos, but they don't. And I believe in public safety and justice strongly, that our job is to make sure that everyone in our city, as many people as possible, are safe. And the chaos of uncontrolled federal enforcement, which is you're seeing in other parts of the country, that people get hurt and killed. They do. They do. So we are trying to manage situations we didn't ask for in a way that mitigates and limits chaos, confusion, our most vulnerable being harmed when we are not present. People ask, and I'll just say it, about the shootings that happened in the city. When we are not present, it's not just the HSI, it's Park Police and others who've had officer-involved shootings. MPD operates in a different way, and there is oftentimes a deference to MPD's policies, practices, and standards. When they're present, people step back. When they don't, sometimes you see an elevated risk of harm to people. And so I'll just be honest, our goal always in complex situations is, how can we mitigate risk to everybody? How do we keep as many people safe? How do we eliminate as much as possible situations that we are not fully in control of, that we can't fully say what federal entities do or don't do, so that people can live, so that people can exist and not be scared, and all of these things. And it's not easy. We're in complicated, difficult times. And there's no city more complex than Washington, D.C. And so I'll say we haven't done it perfectly, but I will stand 10 toes down to say that we have tried really hard to do right by people, to not have people harmed, to have peace, of some semblance of peace in a city where it could be a very different situation, because we're the nation's capital and the interest of the federal government will not go away.
Okay. I hear all that. What I'm trying to understand in terms of our policy, not on, is this a widespread problem or is there confusion? The policy is that there is no.
We do not do civil federal immigration or civil immigration enforcement. That is the policy of the district. That's the law of the district. That's what's written in our policy. That is the policy of the district and our agencies that are beholden to the district, the executive agency.
So you were talking to Councilor Parker a little bit about some of the challenges with juvenile related crime. And while I'm thrilled that numbers are going down across the board, they're not going down as much for juveniles as they are in the adult space. Why do you think that is? And what other strategies are you all deploying? Or do you need assistance in deploying to make sure that we can stop juvenile related shootings, but also what we're seeing uptick around robberies and assaults without a weapon?
Yeah, I mean, so I think when we talk about crime across the board, it's like collective things. Kids are kids, right? Like, so the fact is that what might influence adults, where they're like, this might result in swift accountability, like they don't necessarily have that same viewpoint. I do think that we do need to have all of the things, right? Like we need to have programming, we need to have earlier intervention, we need to have more coordination in the social service side of the house, because there's a lot going on in kids' lives right now. It's a chaotic, confusing time, and they are subject to that. But I think that one of the things that's happened in the adult side that we still need to work on the juvenile side is two things. Accountability for our young people. Like they have to be accountable. And the adult, we've kind of, for better or worse, prosecution rates have increased significantly and crime has come down. That is not necessarily the same on our young person side. And what does that look like? We've talked about the sort of challenges with court social services. Like, what are we doing once a young person's involved in activity? What does that mean? Like, what's happening here? And so I think we need some work there and parental accountability, there's legislation, there's uplift, right? Like that has been pending. And I think we haven't kind of made traction or movement on that. We talked about, right, like more, and people didn't love this when we said, okay, well, what if DYRS did plans for kids who committed the most violent offenses? When we were talking about kind of limiting some of these deferred ways that young people can kind of avoid the juvenile justice system, which we believe is rehabilitative. That's how we built it. Well, we still haven't kind of done anything there, to be honest. So, yeah.
So I'm going to come back to this. I thought the time was going down the other way. So I'm
Oh, it's
sorry,
going up.
Councilmember Parker, you please go ahead for.
Oh,
I had a joke there, but I'm going to bypass. I want to get back to the juvenile issues,
yeah.
but respectfully, I would just say, I don't know if the instances I've heard about are just linked to isolated incident in September. We are seeing routine images, videos of what appears to be coordination between MPD and ICE or federal authorities. And I hear you, and I believe the policy and the expectation is for the district, we don't coordinate. I think where Councilmember Pinto is getting at and where I continue to struggle is how do we square those two things? We're hearing we don't coordinate, yet we are continuing to see evidence of what appears to be coordination. So I wanted to ask this question.
Yeah.
We have no control over federal authority. And so if they wanted to pursue individuals or trail our officers, what policies or response do we have in response?
What do you mean, pursue or trail our?
If they want to target certain populations in the district and utilize MPD as a vehicle to do so, or to trail our officers as they're doing traffic stops or they're doing other activities, what response do we have to say, no, you can't do that?
So those are the conversations we have where we regularly are like, can you not do that? Like, I mean, it sounds, however, but like,
even there, you're saying, hey, can you not do that? But the undertone is you can't tell them not to do it.
so they're not under our authority, right? Like, if you're talking about federal.
So is there a world where perhaps there is, and again, I'm trying to reconcile these two things. Is there a world where there are instances where you have a traffic stop by MPD and all of a sudden ICE pops up?
There may be, but that we haven't, but there is not the level, I'm just going to say this, there is not the level of immigration enforcement happening in the district that I think people think is. So, like, while we don't get full numbers, we get a sense of them.
But I can tell you over the last 6 to 7 months, I've heard heart-wrenching stories of parents being snatched off the streets as they were dropping their kids off. And so
I'm not minimizing any of that.
Okay.
I'm not. We are not, like, it's a value of the district that we don't do federal immigration enforcement, right? That there's a reason for that because we don't believe in that. But we also recognize that just like here and in every place in the country has always been the case,
Understood.
right? That federal entities do.
So
what we do to mitigate some of those things. And when you say you see videos every day, I hear that. But when we have said, give us the specific instances, we are not given those, right? Like, so I caution we see things on the internet because if we are given, if it provided to me, the chief, we've asked for those and it doesn't come, to be honest with you, we will look into those to clarify or to determine, is that what's happening? Because oftentimes people see a video, but that isn't, we all know that's not necessarily the full story of what may be happening. We do warrant enforcement, not on federal civil immigration, but oftentimes when people see clusters together, well, that's how we oftentimes apprehend our homicide suspects is as these integrated teams, our carjacking suspects. And so people think something is happening, but it's not necessarily the case, which is why we ask. If you see that, let us know. So
I
we can
didn't catch all of
investigate.
today's hearing, but I do know a hearing I sat through months ago. There were several instances, videos, images. I'm happy to pull the record to share. I'm not sure how many of those individuals are going up the channels through OPC to file formal complaints.
Or even what we said is you all, if you see that, like, because I believe Councilmember Nadeau said this happened in Ward 4. We looked into it. We're like, we're not clear what you're referring to. Like, we were not in Escalades, like, because this is what we said. You all also can bring it to us. We don't expect necessarily individuals to send, although people do outreach quite a bit. We're not even saying you have to send to OPC. They reach out to commanders, to me, to we're accessible. And so to you all, if you're seeing that, let us know, is what I'm saying, because I don't necessarily believe the onus is all on individuals. Our goal, again, is to continue to do the political work that it takes, right, to alter what is not in our sort of jurisdictional oversight, and then also the day-to-day work.
I want to get back
Yeah.
to my question, but I just want to ask it this way. What I'm hearing you say is the policy of the district is there is no coordination and there is no enforcement on federal immigration status by MPD. We also know that federal authorities are not compelled to take orders from MPD or district officials. Again, I gave the scenario, are there instances perhaps where federal authorities are, I don't want to say overstepping, but essentially embedding themselves in district spaces or in the chain of command at MPD or elsewhere? I guess the question I'm getting at is, what is the policy then? What is the policy if there is an example where you say, okay, it does appear that an MPD officer is doing something that doesn't seem aligned with our stated
There's
laws?
a process by which when MPD officers engage in policy violations, whatever policy, we have a process by which it goes to internal affairs, right? Like we investigate that
And to
policy.
date, how many officers have gone through that related to federal immigration?
I'm not sure that there's any that I'm aware of there. I do know the instance that DC Bilingual was investigated and that there was a mediation between DC Bilingual and the officer in question. And it was not in relation to a violation, I don't believe, of the policy as it stands, but rather the interaction that occurred. But I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
But you'll have the chief and you can ask,
Okay.
but none that I'm aware
I'm
of.
going to get back to my questions. Re-entry support for young people leaving DRS or leaving detention is a major priority. And by that, what I mean is after a young person has done their time in detention, how do we support them in getting back connected to school, work, life, et cetera? Something that stood out to me in our conversation with the Attorney General is that the recidivism rate ticks up over time. And so whatever it is, we see a precipitous increase in recidivism 6 months, 8 months, a year out, which to me says whatever we're doing in detention, whatever effect it's having is waning over time. What strategies are we employing to better support our young people after detention? And then I wanted specifically this youth response team. Is there a world where we can scale that to target young people as they're coming out of detention to plug them back into a productive life?
Yeah, so one of the things that I would say is it should be a policy and needs to be that young people do not end their commitment at the end of detention, right? Like there should be, it would, if we were doing proper, right, like actual planning, that their commitment, their detention ends long before their commitment ends. Because we know you have to transition through kind of the process. That doesn't always happen. One of the things that's happened is as our juvenile justice system numbers have gotten smaller, kind of the nature and acuity of crimes has gotten more severe, which is right at the deep end. So, that creates some challenges, meaning you don't always have that walk down. We do have post-commitment services, but the challenge that is always the case is when they're not compelled to be involved in things, how do you make them continue to engage in productive in productive activity? Well, we have some ideas about how to change sort of the commitment orders, because here's the thing is, a lot of times, if you think about the commitment orders, the judges enter it for a specific period of time. It doesn't mean that there's been any evidence that the youth has rehabilitated, which we know is not a thing. It may just be that they've wrote it out till the end of their 1-year commitment. And now we're like, they're not ready. They are not ready.
And
And
by
we know
no
it.
means am I advocating for detaining young people longer.
No, but changing it so that the determination of a period of commitment, which most of our kids should not be in detention, and traditionally most committed kids were in community. And I think that's actually still the case because there's about 200 committed kids, and between RTCs and otherwise, it's a relatively smaller proportion of that number, but a greater proportion, which means there's a lot of our young people in community. I think that we have to have a discussion too about how commitment is done. What does it look like? If there was a tail of it where it was like, hey, we need an additional 6 months, and that the agency was able to say that based upon assessment or otherwise, versus the young person's commitments ended and we know they didn't even engage in programming, right? Like they were like, my commitment's done. I raised Cain throughout the whole thing and now it's just done. I think that there are some solutions that we could have in there. Now, we do need to strengthen post-commitment services,
Yeah.
some of the gyro work to maybe go after those young people to continue to stay.
And a win last
engaged.
year, jumping in here because I see the clock.
Yeah.
And the win, we were able to secure a grant for DRS to be able to stand up some of that post support.
Yeah.
I believe they said in their oversight hearing, they're going to have that stood up by April. I would love to work with you and your team to think about how do we scale that over time.
Yeah.
We were only able to secure a 1-year grant. But what I've heard repeatedly is that young people are struggling to get back into school, which means they drop out. They're struggling to get proper work. And so they're being thrust back into society, often in the same environments that led them into detention. And I think that's an opportunity for us as a city to focus on.
Sure.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto.
Thank you. So back to our conversation about young people, you had mentioned that you were kind of working with CSSD on some various issues. We had our oversight hearing with the Attorney General on Monday. And one of the things that I've been concerned about for a while is the follow-up that is or is not happening if a young person gets the benefit of a DDA or a DPA or a consent decree. And one of the things the Attorney General said was, we're the prosecutor. We're not necessarily in the best position to be monitoring compliance with all those conditions. Reasonable minds can disagree, but one of the things I asked for his help with and would love your partnership on as well is asking CSSD for more of that follow-up information. If there are conditions laid out around school attendance, I have no insight to know how often is that actually being followed. If there's conditions laid out around curfew, that's not being shared with us. And if we don't know if there's compliance, how do we know if these agreements are effective? We don't have information as to when there's revocation or for why. And if the agreements are not being followed or monitored, then what's the point of putting the conditions in the agreement in the first place? And so that I think is an area that we can certainly work together on. And I hope we can lean on CSSD to help us get some of that additional information. And so just wanted to share that and see if that's something you can help with.
Yeah, of course. Listen, so Dr. Woodland is now at CSSD and director, and he's been around a long time. And I know that Director Abbott has said like he's finding him to be maybe a more collaborative like partner. That being said, across the board in the public safety and justice, you know this, council member, that the provision of data, which is why we did in the, starting in the prioritizing public safety emergency in 2023 and then through Security C, like we have to have data. And I think that we have backslidden a bit in the data collection and people's willingness to provide that. But I know that I'll continue to advocate for that and work however we can to get that information. I think it's critical. I think people are, whatever, like I'm not going to speculate as to why that's happening, but we'll continue to work with CSSD and the rest of kind of the partners, particularly in the juvenile space where the data seems to be the murkiest right now.
So let's talk a little bit about that data, because we have a lot of requests through prioritizing public safety emergency and through Security C, and not requests, requirements in the law to look at a lot of the data across our systems so that we can inform better policy. And I am very sympathetic to the reality that all of these systems are pretty archaic and are not all speaking the same language of software. And so it takes a lot for the courts to update their data to compare apples to oranges with what we're seeing from the Attorney General's office and from everywhere else. But we are also in 2026, and there is so much functionality that exists with software tools and other AI tools that have been developed to data dump all of this information and then have it spit out a language that we can speak and compare. Are you thinking about kind of ways that we can lean into AI within the public safety cluster to better utilize data and not have our courts or MPD or OUC or all of these vital public safety agencies and entities spending hours and hours and hours on requests that a software can do in a nanosecond so that they can get back to doing their jobs?
Yeah, one of the biggest push that I've made as deputy mayor is around technology, because traditionally public safety relies on people, like across the, like whether it's fire or like DOC, you'll see the agencies have traditionally relied on people, which is why their budgets, their largest expense is PS. Like in PSJ, it's almost all PS, right? It's all personnel services. And what we know is that in public safety, there just aren't enough people like that. That's a universal issue across the country. The competition for public safety professionals is fierce. And so we have to lean into technology. We have systems that are interconnected. We've had, how many conversations do we have about OUC and what was happening? Like they were having all of these issues, which finally we had a technology conversation with Octo because their systems were shutting down and we couldn't figure out why. Well, it wasn't about OUC. It was that their systems are interconnected into Fire EMS, who well-meaning has and MPD, who have technology they're bringing on board that they're not realizing are collapsing these interconnected systems. And so what we've seen is that when we bring Octo in, who is the center of our AI, like we become the focus of some of these pilots, like OUC is one of the first kind of AI pilots that will be used on the 311 side. We do use some AI, even that's why we went to PowerPhone, because there is algorithmic tools within it to allow us to get information. We're doing that work with MPD. What we saw is Mark 43 is Mark 43, but it's a data warehouse. It's not really an analytic tool. And so, we're like fast making these agencies kind of bring on technology but wisely in a way that will not collapse our fundamental systems. And I think that this is kind of true. The complications of the federal local system, we know that to be the case, but at least with our agencies, trying to make sure that we are bringing in pieces of technology that are across. I will sit in technology meetings and bring in where I was brought in with one piece of technology for one agency and brought in 3 of our other public safety agencies because they didn't think about it as integrated public safety. But I'm like, no, this tool is great, but it has functionality with AI and others that could be used across our system. And so that really is the role of me as deputy mayor, is to help everybody be thinking collectively like that, because we have to maximize technology. We don't have the people. And even if we did, we want them to be effective and have the most efficient tools to understand from a systems perspective. We sat in a meeting with the mayor and everybody yesterday about budget. We do not have the resources that we had to just sort of pump into people and these things. We have to be efficient and effective, but we can only do that when we know what's going on, where we aren't effective. And so there is a heavy sort of push on my part across our agencies. There are some agencies we haven't talked about yet that I love them. I love Fire EMS. They're a wonderful agency. They're not a technology, like technology in the sense they're an apparatus, right? Like that's their tech. But the technology to say, hey, we have a lot of fire activity right now. And if we're going to prevent fires downstream, we have to be able to analyze fire causes in a much quicker, like not old kind of our fire marshal, like digging through the files, to tell us, like, because maybe there's something we could say to DOB about housing standards that would help us to not have so many fires. And maybe so we're doing that work, and it's, they'll tell you I push, but we want to do it smartly as well, because it's also expensive, and we want to be wise stewards of district dollars and make sure that any tool works across our system, or at least a couple of agencies, to help them work better in an integrated fashion.
All right, well, great. And thank you for your focus on that. Can you say a little bit more about the 311 improvements that AI is enabling you to do?
Yeah, so it's the 311, right? Like we've had the 311 working group forever, and we know our residents call 311. They call 911. So they definitely are utilizing 311. And Because this is a tool that OUC sort of becomes kind of, everyone thinks it's OUC, but there are multiple agencies that have responsibility for actual 311. And so we got together looking at with Octo, like what are the kind of the systems that the different agencies have? Because a lot of them, whether it's DPW and how they close tickets or DDOT, doesn't directly work with the platform we have used for 311. So is there a way for us to use AI or to make changes that will allow us to better understand when tickets are closed, why they're closed, to do more QA/QC that's not like a supervisor going out, you know? We talked about this, and this is going to sound, however, the utilization of UAS, right? Like drone technology to help us to do QA/QC, and how does that feed into systems? Like, we're trying to think as progressively as possible to be more efficient in that system, because if it's that ticket's closed in DPW system, but what does that mean that it's closed, and then it's closed here, but the work was never done? The residents telling us the work's not done. Like, there are AI solutions, and this is why 311 is part of the first kind of pilot of trying to figure out an AI solution to pull these together to get us a little bit better outcomes for residents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, 100%. And I'll just raise to you, as I have to Director McGaffin and Director Osborne, there is not a 311 drop-down option for snow removal.
Yeah, but I can tell you, I don't know what they said, but because I asked about that, and I think it's probably intentional in that during the storm, we had thousands of calls for snow. And if it's going to be a tool that the responding agencies can actually use and not get so overwhelmed that they just mass close tickets or don't do anything, this is what I say, our residents do use these tools frequently. When we open things up, like, there's no way that we're even trying to figure out how do you prioritize with the inundation, because DPW and the responding agencies become overwhelmed in a way that frustrates residents and the people trying to respond. So I think there's a practical thing about that. I get that. It would be great to be able to do drop down, but the problem is that even with the calls, you've got thousands, and how do you then prioritize in a way that will actually get the work done? And I don't know if they said that, but like, as one who was monitoring the heat maps, the hours, the breakdown of hours throughout the whole thing. I mean, it was like every hour we were looking at these. You know, if you have 800 or 1,200 calls sometimes that were coming in for snow related things throughout the storm, that would be compounded by like threefold.
Yeah,
and so I'm not saying that it shouldn't be, but I do think practically we have to. One of the things I talk about is, should we have so many categories? What are the key ones that we really need so that the agencies can focus? Because the more categories you have, the more you have open tickets, and they're like,
well, please don't remove those categories. We fought really hard to get
Yes,
those categories added over the last couple of years. But the snow removal, I mean, it is extremely overwhelming to receive all of those calls all day long around snow removal. That's what the software is for, right? To help us say, this is all online. We can now see, if our tracking tool is updated, what streets have been covered, what streets have been gone through in the regular order of business. Those opportunities could be closed, those requirements could be closed, versus, okay, there's a, ICE request outside of a school, we need to make sure to go there. So I just think that the online options, just utilized correctly, can make it much easier for
they
following.
can, if the systems all talk to each other and it's not us pulling from a spreadsheet, and you know what I mean? Like, so yes, of course, like, I think we always want to get to the point where it's like, you just use this, and because that might be the quickest way and easiest way to prioritize. And so I'm not saying that we don't want it there, but
And the need is clearly consistent across government.
Yeah.
I just, you're here today, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about public safety, but like, there are dozens and dozens of opportunities that I think the city can lean more into. Like, when I think about overtime for officers, that's amounting to over what it would cost to hire 500 new officers. And we hear from MPD officers how exhausted they are and how they're being scheduled for multiple overtime shifts. there must be a way that we can utilize AI for better staffing and to ensure that we're spacing it out properly.
Yeah,
I'm
and
very
just the
open
other
time
thing too,
again.
so you know, is like we're also looking so younger, because we like, what do officers want? Like younger officers and more things on their phone. So even tools that allow them to do reports, that allow us to pull information that might be in multiple sources, so they can have on their phones when they're doing like a bolo or something that they're out there,
Yeah.
is some of the things that we're looking at, because younger officers in particular, this is where they live, this is how they came up, and it becomes a recruiting thing as well, because they don't want to have to go into the district to pull stuff off of 3 different systems to figure out a report. So it is the work that we're doing. It just, for MPD in particular, getting the real-time crime center up, that was like huge, right?
Yeah.
Because we had a rapid decline in number of officers that, so previously technology was secondary. It was, we had all these officers. So anyways.
Thank you. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. And this will be my final round. Deputy Mayor, I wanted to come back to DRS.
Okay.
I have been hypercritical of the agency, but I want to give them a shout out
Okay.
because they've made considerable progress in a number of areas. And I think it's only fair that we highlight the positives as well. One of those positives includes reducing the length of stay. There's
Yeah.
still a lot of work to do, but on average, they've reduced the length of stay from 69 days to about 60 days.
And most
And
recently, I think the most recent cohort's 37, like in like one of the shorter.
that is a win.
Yes.
They're also doing more TDM meetings.
That's right.
They're moving in the right direction. And I think in part because of heightened scrutiny and oversight. But 2 things I wanted to ask. The agency is still not fully in compliance with the Road Act. And I believe the Road Act is important because it's meant to accelerate placement. Are you committing to do in your role to ensure that the agency comes into compliance, namely that they are creating these individualized plans for the young people within the agency, within the timeframes they're supposed to? That's important because it outlines the services and supports the young people are to receive to aid them in their rehabilitation. Second part of my
Yeah.
question, and I'm going to stop.
Okay.
If you could just specify what actions you believe contributed to this decline in lengths of stay and/or what commitments you're making moving forward. So
Yeah.
compliance and then what actions you've taken.
I mean, I think the biggest thing, like, and it becomes the credit of sort of the doggedness. Well, so there's been work done to bring in like data and sort of performance oversight people and Tawny Cruz and other people. And I think that helps because it really helps them to be able to pull the type of data that they can see, like, why are there any number of things, like who are the outliers? What are the ones that are taking long? What is our case managers doing? What are the challenges? I think that's always important. And so one of the biggest things for me with DRS or any agency is making sure they have the staffing that they need, because that's really a key part of it. There's 2 pieces with DYRS. One is the staffing and one is the placements, because the challenge becomes like, if we don't have placements for them to place the young people, the length of stay is going to go up regardless, right? Because there's no place to put them. So I think, you know, Director Abbott and I talk very frequently. It's what do you need? And I think that placements is a huge one, but we'll continue to do, like, they're on the trajectory, right? Like you mentioned that there have been reductions. So for me, it's continuing to support the work that they're doing. That's the biggest thing. I mean, when you're like getting wins, like, you know, change.
No,
Direction.
yes. I continue to stress though, we have not seen as much progress in the individualized plans.
Yeah.
And that is linked to rehabilitation because you even said it earlier, we're seeing young people exit detention not fully ready. And I think that's in part because they're not receiving the services that they are due to receive.
But I do think they needed, so just one thing in the Road Act, I think they did ask for more staff. Now you work to get
Yeah,
some, but
yeah.
you know that one of the things they said is like staffing to be able to fully kind of implement that portion, like they needed probably more staff that was in the FIS, and we talked about that. So I just point that out because we're kind of working with what we have and what was funded, and we know.
Okay, I just want to get a commitment though. So I will fight for more staffing for them.
It's up-
Are we committed to bringing the agency in compliance with the Road Act?
I am committed to the agency complying with all the laws. So yes. we
Thank
work.
you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love that. And
Fair.
I didn't
Fine with
get
the law.
as clear assurance from the director's salary. So I just want to make sure.
To think about the practice, right? Like he's coming to you practically, like he knows we're trying, like we don't, but I'm committed to supporting
Great.
getting us there.
Great. Love it. Love it. And again, I want to end on a positive. We are seeing progress with DRS, and I think that's worth celebrating. I did want to ask two final questions. One is about the merger of our violence interruption program.
Yeah.
What have been the operational benefits you've noted from the merger? And then you note that there is a nationally recognized evidence-based violence interruption model that you've been utilizing since late last year, early this year. Can you speak more to that?
Yeah, so we have our advisory committee where we've like gone into like very deep dive. So the merger has gone pretty well, like I would say. One of the things that we said that why we didn't think the merger would be as complicated as people think is that there are two providers and one of the providers for Cure is already a ones provider, right? So it was like the only kind of different provider was Father Factor, but we also work with them, right? Like, so the VIs work together. So it has, I think that portion of things, like the transfer has not, I think it's gone pretty well. The biggest thing that I'll say is this, is that for all of the challenges and issues, like the first thing is gun violence down. And I think we were down like 43% last year and in even sharper reductions this year, right now in gun violence. And so, right, like the violence interrupters are out there doing the work while gun violence is down. The work that we've done around model is like a lot, like we've done, and I see she shaked her head. We did a lot of work through the summer with working with OC, the Office of City Administrator, my office and ones, on looking at various models, on working with the agency and the VIs to say these are these are.
But what,
actual-
I'm sorry, what is the model? Because
So
one of the
it's like a
criticisms,
ceasefire, yeah.
as you know, that violence interruption programs often
Yeah.
get is that, oh, we're wasting money, this isn't really proven.
Yeah.
And what catches my eye is that you're now employing a new model that you're saying is evidence-based. Now, I believe
Yeah.
all of this is evidence-based.
Yeah.
I'm fully bought in, but for those that may be skeptical,
Sure.
if you can just elaborate.
So what we're doing is like the group violence reduction model, so GVRS, which is like mentioned in NIC JCR report and others. It's not that we weren't doing some form of that before, but what we said before is there was a lot of mixing and picking and choosing, and that the fundamental elements of GVRS is what we're holding the providers accountable for. And what that means is it went in their contract or in the SOPs, in the grant agreements for this time around, like this is what we're doing. Met with the agency, met with David Mohammed, we met with CJ.
So there's more uniformity.
That's
across
exactly right.
the-
These are the elements of this model. And fundamentally, this is how we're going to implement it. We did a recalibration, which we hadn't done in a few years, of where is the gun violence in the city. We did every neighborhood, all 1,400 and something blocks of the district, to say this might have been what it was before, but we need to look at the past 5 years now and really where is it, so that we're focusing those efforts. So model plus place and then becomes people is the next step. But all of that work is very like mechanized. I'm pointing here because we've provided like kind of extensive briefings and overview, but working on training. And we met with the VI providers before they finalized this round of grant agreements because they really wanted to understand what does this mean, right? Like when you say we're doing this model. And so our team, ones, and then Jen Stankovich, who has been doing this for years and really was working in OCA, sat down with them to walk through the elements to really make sure they understood, which isn't so different than what they've been doing, but like we have to more.
We've gotten tighter.
Yeah, we have
gotten-
to moor ourselves to this. It can't just be like we do this one piece and then this one piece over here. It's these 5 elements is what we are doing.
Understood. And my final question, I'm going to pivot to safe passage.
Okay.
Last year, we were able to secure a zone around Brooklyn Middle School or the Brooklyn Metro Station that followed a violent homicide incident involving a young person.
Yes.
Can you speak to what progress we've made in that area? And do you have any insights to how we're thinking about safe passage moving forward, whether
Yeah.
this zone will be included, et cetera?
So the priority, yes, you're right. So we have our 12 priority areas, and Brookland would have been in it because you're right, because there was an uptick in violence. And so what we do is the same thing, looking. The priority areas don't change that much, like some get added, but what does change maybe is the routes within those priority areas. We have 120 routes. What we look at now and what we continue to look at as we're calibrating for our next fiscal year or moving routes is multiple fold. One is incidents. We track unusual incidents both on a weekly basis and then kind of collective. What types, how many, is it bullying? Is it environmental? What are the different categories? And we have a whole kind of list of them. We also take input from our safe passage workers and VIs because they're coordinating, and then schools, right? Like as well, our education partners. With Brookland, it is not one of the top incidents, but it's in the mix, right? Like there are some, what we would do is look at, I'll just be honest, right? Like, so the highest number of incidents for the school year UI reports is 96, and that's Brooklyn has 20. But then we have some like Fort Totten that have had 0. So when we're looking at like, is this the right area next year? We might be like, both, maybe not. If you've had 0 unusual incidents the entire school year up to this point, maybe it's not an area that really has kind of a lot of activity anymore. It might have at one point, but we'll look at the crime, we'll look at the incidents and kind of adjust within there.
Okay, I will leave it there, but thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have been joined by my at-large colleague, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you for coming. I want to just, Deputy Mayor, offer if you need a moment.
No, I'm good.
Sure.
Do you need a moment?
No, I'm good.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Let's keep it going.
Well, let me turn to Councilmember Bonds, who is also a member of this committee.
It's not built for hearings. You and I, we do hearings, so. No, I can hear you, but I think others need to hear you. Oh, come sit in Councilmember Parker's. Yeah, you're pushing me. I'm just saying anyways.
I mean, we gotta really fix this. But thank you very much for continuing your hearing because, Madam Chairwoman, because I was doing a hearing and talking more about workforce and those kinds of things and the excitement about the different programs that we find in the Events DC package. Lots of stuff,
Yeah.
and lots of opportunities for young people to participate or want to participate. But I wanted to ask you just a couple of questions. Let's talk just a minute about safe passages.
Sure.
What are the incidents of strife decreasing along those 120 routes that or are they accelerating in some manner?
I would not say that they are decreasing. Just because I'm looking at I don't have the total, like I'm looking at the numbers from last year versus this year. And I think we have more categories and types of incidents. But no, I'm not necessarily. Now, in some of the areas, like I just said, right, like we have a couple of our safe passage priority areas where we haven't seen any incidents, which tells us these were previously locations where we had incidents, right, which is why we had safe passage. But it seems like that's subsided, right? Like Fort Totten has had 0 incidents this year. Tenleytown has had 5 total, which tells us, okay, previously when we decided this was a priority area, it was, but maybe now things have shifted and that's good. And we may need to then think about moving those resources to another area.
What about areas like Ballou, Anacostia, McKinley?
Well, so Anacostia has our most number of incidents, to be honest, by quite a bit. So you just heard me say that they've had 0 in Fort Totten, and 5 in Tenleytown, we've had 96 incidents in
Anacostia High School area.
the Anacostia
Oh,
priority area.
okay.
And then we've had, the next is Minnesota Avenue, which I think probably doesn't surprise people, which with 74. So you have, some areas where there continues to be pretty significant
Okay.
incidents occurring, which tracks.
All right. What about McKinley Tech?
I
area?
think McKinley had specific kind of issues that were, they had some like inter-school issues that we'd seen quite a bit last year. I don't think we've had as many of those this year, but I think that's kind of the case with some of these where it's not like the ongoing things that you see in an Anacostia priority area. There were some very specific issues between McKinley Tech and some other schools that we were able to resolve once we knew about them. I think that was one of the things that we often say as principals and others have to share information with us about what's happening in school. And we were able to mitigate those. So I haven't heard like significant.
All right. And
hubbub.
so the Anacostia area, you're speaking of the business area, the residential as well, or are you speaking of what was Good Hope Road now, Berry Boulevard and MLK? What is?
Yes. Our Anacostia, let me see, I could pull up the map for you of what it encompasses, because what we did was map out kind of routes within the Anacostia area, which I'll have them.
And I can get a copy of
We
that
can get
from
that,
you,
yeah.
no,
Oh, yeah,
no
yeah.
problem. Okay, let me just ask you about after-school programming.
Sure.
How involved is your office in after-school programming from the perspective of the determination of where we're doing it and
So we
who's
participate.
doing it and
Yeah.
who was serviced and what have you?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it, right, is sits within DME, like the Deputy Mayor for Education, because
Right.
so we do sit on like their everyday counts and a lot of their task forces, because one of the things that we do, whether it's for summer school, school vacation programming, is they do involve us in the conversation about where that should be happening. Because of conflict or where it might be helpful to have some programming. And so that is like why we don't direct their grants or things like that. It's more a discussion about what is happening in the kind of safety space
Yeah.
on a regular basis, and where some programming might be beneficial. And also where if they're having programming we talk a lot about summer school as well, like where they should be doing summer school or not. What are the collective resources? And this is true with DPR as well. What are the collective sort of safe passage workers, VIs, all of
Okay.
these things we can provide. So that's really what our
Yeah.
conversations are
I
around.
appreciate that because, as you know, I'm focused on workforce.
Yeah.
And we have the summer youth employment program, unveiled, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we also have other agencies that are doing some programming with our young people.
Yeah.
And as I learn more and more about what we are doing, what our capacity is, it just seems to me that all of this should be thrown up on your map so we see where the gaps are related to safe passage, related
Yeah.
to, so that's where I'm coming from, because it seems to me we're going to get strong results if we plan for strong results and we do it in a coordinated fashion.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like where I'm coming from.
One thing can I say about SYP, that they've been fantastic partners, that we have come to them late after things are enrolled, where our VIs, our violence interrupters, have identified, hey, we're working with Potomac Gardens. Can we get 20? We have 20 kids who will sign them up now. Would you take them? And they always do it. And this has been the past couple of years, even after deadline, even, because we're working with these kids, and it's like the VIs go out and try to get these kids to sign up. And the other thing too is, a couple of years ago, they started the program for the littles, right? Like you're seeing where it's like the middle school kids, which were not previous.
The 9, 10, 11.
But that came out of a conversation that we had with Director Morris Hughes, where we were seeing like 9 and 10-year-olds involved in activity, and we had a middle school program. I met with a bunch of middle schoolers who were like, we want money. And
know they
I mean,
do.
I'm telling you, and they were like, why can't we? So, and she's, to her credit, was like, okay.
Yeah.
Because it was a program for, I mean, it was some kids through Oasis with DRS who
Yeah.
were with a Kramer, where they're having tons of issues. And it was like, okay, well, should 9-year, 10, 11 middle schoolers, I don't know, but like, would you do this? And they have, and it's been very
Yeah.
successful. So I point that out. That's where even that
Yeah.
came from.
Thank you for that. I was just treated to a 14-year-old explaining
We want money.
that he wants $17.95
That's
an
exactly right.
hour. Because it's about their time. And I mean, he makes a case because it's also about helping family.
Yeah.
And that's an element I
Which-
don't think we really pushed into. But so this summer employment program is more than the kids.
Right.
And I think we need to have that very broad discussion about what does this mean for our community in general.
Yeah.
But anyway, I also wanted to ask you, and I would love to have an opportunity to meet with you soon.
Of course.
I got some new ideas.
Okay.
Also, with the unified communications, I did a 311. Mr. Green was really very helpful. He took that. And of course, I got relief today. So 48 hours relief. I'm
Okay.
thrilled. But what happened? He put in maybe the wrong quadrant, or someone put in the wrong quadrant. He said, I can't add to it. I can't correct it.
Yeah.
I have to give you a new
ticket,
number.
yeah.
So what happens to the old ticket? Because in my head, they went to Northeast. They didn't come to Northwest because
Yeah.
the old ticket. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. So there's things that we need to work on, because in theory, that old ticket, hopefully 311 closed it out, although they often can't. Like oftentimes the assigned agency has to close it out.
Right.
And so there's some work to be done on things like that, where you should be able to edit a ticket. And that's part of our 311 working group, where it's like, what are things like that where it's
So
fixed?
when can we expect that will be fixed?
Well, I can
Because
check on that particular
it's
issue.
not, I'm not about my issue.
No.
But I
but
mean,
this-
just in general, because it's got to be annoying.
Well, we're doing so there's what we had to kind of do was change our windows for changes in 311, because last year we saw that there were a lot of periods where people couldn't access 311. And that was because we would, from the agencies, kind of take changes at all different times. And it was not working. So we've created kind of windows of when we make changes to the 311 system so that it's still accessible to agencies and people. So I can find out, but like,
Okay.
kind of had to change that because it was a lot of last year that we were just making all these tech changes all year, which made the
So
system
90
inaccessible.
days,
Okay, listen, yeah, sure. I can't guarantee.
180 days. Okay.
Let me check with Director McGath,
All right,
because,
okay.
I don't know what window
Okay.
we're on right now, but.
All right. And I do have one other, but I will wait my turn.
Okay.
Well, I kind of was listening a little bit to how we are handling ICE that appears at stops, and they can appear anytime, anywhere, and I recognize that. But what I wanted to understand is, are our officers mandated by the feds or by us to notify ICE when they are doing whatever they're doing in community?
No.
Okay, I think it's
No.
important to clear that up, because
And they do not work with, so, you're talking about like very specifically, we don't work with ICE. That is, but
okay,
no, they are not required or
right.
mandated. No.
okay, that was the one thing, and I would like to talk with you. I want to talk with you about the violence interrupters and
Okay.
where we are with all of that and the ones.
Yeah,
Okay, and I know now it's in your bailiwick.
that's
So
exactly
that
right.
means
yeah.
it's in Chairwoman's bailiwick.
Hey, listen, she and I,
From
she
the
gets
move
very
from
long,
the
expensive.
city administrator. So okay,
Yes.
thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, and thank you for being here today. And it's actually a great segue, because I wanted to talk to you next about our violence interruption program.
Yep.
So quite a transition year with the merger of our violence interruption programs, now all housed under the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. And one of the
Yes.
things that we have talked a lot about over the last couple of years is the importance of a strict adherence to a model, to make sure that we are really responding to the areas with the highest prevalence of gun violence and then using our violence interrupters to interrupt that violence. That is not to say that there aren't important community and safety needs across our city, but as we look at the highest impact for these roles, I think we share the view that we need to be really targeted in the highest areas of gun violence. And so as you went through your analysis and working with Director Sneed this fall and this winter, how are you thinking about the contracts that were issued last year versus the ones that you've issued now? And
Yeah.
were those more attributable to the locations of higher prevalence of shootings?
The answer is yes, that we went through the process of like I mentioned to Councilmember Parker, of doing like a recalibration of the city and looking at like gun violence, a fresh look at where we are now. And it actually was like a 5-year look back, but of ranking the entire city and looking at the neighborhoods in every ward. And then, you know, the reality is that it's not proportional across the city. And so we need to be clear about that we have to allocate our resources in a way that best address gun violence, which means that, you know, like equity doesn't mean that everybody gets the same. Like it means that we have to use our resources in a way that allow us to get the most impact in the areas. So the grants were adjusted that way. And I think that can bring a lot of energy from even our providers because, you know, I mean, they don't know, they don't necessarily love that, but like our resources need to be focused on reducing gun violence. So there is percentages that would be higher, to be honest, in Ward 8, right? Because that's where a greater percentage of our violence is. And what we tried to do was look at the coverage that that Bring On Our Cure has, and then also the ones VIs. And so like you kind of have to combine those and looking at what the resources are in one ward versus another. But yeah, we're trying to not be about just everyone gets equal, but where is the gun violence? But also making sure that we recognize we don't want to just not be in wards where there is gun violence. It just may be more focused, those efforts, which may mean less money.
So for the areas that did have coverage before and now still have coverage, but with a new provider, what was that thinking about? Like I'm thinking of in Ward 6, where
Yep.
Together We Rise, I think was in 6 and 7.
Yeah.
But is now only in 7. But I think there's a new contract.
Really good
in
projects, yeah.
6. What was that decision based on?
So some of it is based on the application and do they have roots in a community? We only added Ward 6 last year, and I'll be honest, part of that was like us asking Together We Rise, who didn't necessarily, would you help us in Potomac Gardens? Because when there was increased violence, I think it was 2 summers ago in Potomac Gardens, that wasn't even a coverage area, right? So what we had asked was Together We Rise, and then also at the time CNA, who was our safe passage provider, to help us in Potomac Gardens, right? We were like, we need help. There's no coverage there. And so it wasn't even, so I just want to be clear about that our thinking was there were a number of applicants, and we've always kind of had the same providers, and that's good. But if there are people who have roots in a community and are doing work and maybe like have some history with the district, that it is not the worst thing perhaps to like have them participate. But also it was about a panel that looked at the applications and ranked them, right? Like, and did rank them. And it was a panel of both of external people and internal people. But that was, you know, some of it really is, okay, like what was the project plan that was submitted? By and large, it is the same providers in almost all of the areas, except for, I think, Good Projects and then Father Factor, who is Cure, but newer to ones. So there's the piece of it where it's like, if we have a grant ranking process, we want to be sort of fair to that process. or have fidelity to it, although there are some where the director was like, okay, based upon the long history, this panel may have ranked this one agency higher, and this is more on Ward 8, I'll be honest, but that we know, like, we're not gonna necessarily fully change or break up into 6 different parts, one area. I also, and I'll say this, that one of my thinking was, we need to limit the number of providers as well. Like, so while we might want to try someone, we need to start not having as many providers, because the panel had a whole host of, they were breaking up almost by community at times too, which I don't think is necessarily the wisest.
But aren't the new contracts that went out with working with more providers?
It's like one newer provider. Good Projects is the only, I believe, provider that was added that was not previously a provider.
Okay.
Because Ward 1 is inner city, and they're also NARC is 4, which they currently are. 5 is ERCP-CP. 6 is now Good Projects. 7 is Together We Rise, and 8 is J&J or Johnson Family Projects, which is Wally. So it's one new provider.
Okay. I guess
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand, like, to your last comment of it may be better to work with fewer providers.
Well, I'm just saying,
especially those who are already working.
there were a lot of applicants, right? And so the panel, in looking at the areas, they had even more. They're like, okay, what if we had and we were like, that is very impractical and also way too many providers.
I see.
And so we're like, yes, let's bring on a new provider. We can't like be breaking up across in some of the ways that the panel, again, which was even external people to the agency and some internal, like, I'm like, we're not gonna have 12 providers in 6 areas.
So
It's not wise.
who serves on the selection panel now?
It was a combination. I have to pull it because I don't have it with me, but it was not, it's almost mainly external to ones. Now, ones does, I think, sit on there, but it is like, I mean, Beal and people who have some expertise in the space and some community roots. And so it's a mix of internal and external raters.
Okay. Because one of the things that we had pushed for in the last couple of years was to bring things in-house that were previously being outsourced. One of them was the contract kind of review process.
Yep.
Part of our thinking of why that was important was to make sure that there is oversight and transparency within ones and then with your office and the mayor's office.
And I have who it is. I just don't have it.
Yeah.
Like,
No, but I just mean structurally.
Yep.
Like you just said that most of those people are external.
No, it's an internal and external. Because if we have purely ones, that does not feel like necessarily a fair process. Just like our grants in PSJ, we have both internal and external reviewers.
Okay.
In order for people to say there's not favoritism or people that people like, and it was just people in the agency who don't like so-and-so, and that's why they did or did not get a grant.
So you think it's best practice for all of our grants to be a combination of people in the agency and outside the agency?
I do.
What does that mean outside the agency? Are those people who still work for the executive?
No, not necessarily. There may have been 1 or 2 who like have grant experience or VI experience, but they're also, we had PAVE sit on, right? Like, so people with expertise in the space, or investment in this, who are invested in this space, who community-based kind of entities as well.
And what are some of the key metrics that they're considering?
In, what do you mean? Like
for grant selection?
For grants, well, so part of it is the quality of the application. And I will admit that some of our longtime providers do not have great applications sometimes, right? But we know their work. They do really strong work, which is why some of our capacity building and things that we do at OVSJG we talk about. But it's the demonstration of financial structure, right? Because one of the big pieces is this is district dollars, and we know there's been challenges. So there are a number of there's programmatic elements, like, do you have a good project plan that demonstrates that you understand the community and the type of work? Do you also have an organizational structure that can support hundreds or sometimes millions of dollars Do you have financial like records like that can actually verify that in fact you have a financial, like some sort of financial audit, so that we can verify that you are in a position to accept and manage district dollars. So there's the programmatic and then there's the administrative pieces that are part of the application review process.
As you think about the rest of this year with the transition, how are you thinking about success?
So the first thing is we have to continue to drive down gun violence, right? Like one of the things that we talked about and we've talked about consistently is like making sure that agencies are executing their core missions well. And fundamentally at once, their job is to help us reduce and prevent gun violence, right? Like that's their job. That's what they have to focus on. So that's the first thing is, do we continue to see decreases, not just across the city, but in the areas where they are working, right? Like, are we reducing gun violence in the areas that are most plagued by gun violence? That's their first thing. The second thing is administrative durability. Like, we have talked about with ones, an agency has to exist as an agency. Do you have the structures in place if I'm not present, right? Like I will not be here forever to continue on because you have good policies, procedures to start with, and then implementation. The other thing with them is technology. We've talked about it, good data systems so that you're able to appropriately produce and track on your own the results of the work, right? Like, and so that to me is a big, big, big priority that my team is working with them on the building of the data, like system that will help to monitor what the grantees are required to be reporting. So you have the information. How are we now putting it into a data system and having an output that allows us to use as a management tool? I think that's a critical, to me, a critical piece of like the work that we're doing with ones, and then finishing the work that's in the agreement, right? Which is, okay, like this is the model. These are the SOPs for both VI and also Pathways, because we think Pathways is a good program. But on the Pathways side, we're working on people need to get jobs and they need to keep jobs. That's the ultimate thing for Pathways. Life change is important, but life change, you got to have a job. So I don't want to forget the Pathways portion either, which is we're looking at, okay, it's not working. Like they're not getting sustained jobs. Do we need to either put someone at DOES or do we need to do something else so that targeted piece, which is they have to maintain a job. That we know is the only way to remain kind of out of a cycle of violence. So what does it mean? So we're doing all the VI work, but we're not forgetting like that all the work that they do on life change, I think they've got that down, but like, how are we making sure people get and maintain unsubsidized employment for a period of time? So we've talked about changing a bit Pathways, the tail of Pathways. So those are kind of my key focuses with ones this year is.
What would that look like, changing the tail of Pathways?
So it's like the making fewer cohorts that are longer, right? So that you're with them longer, that the classroom portion, and this is, if you look at advanced piece or any, the classroom portion's longer, the subsidized piece is a little longer, and then the like unsubsidized portion where you're doing like kind of little, like the peer coaching is a bit longer. So that rather than having 5 cohorts, we're like, if we just have to have 2, like to make sure that we're ensuring that success means that they're in unsubsidized employment for 6 months, then we need to do that because it's not really success just to be like, we had a bunch of cohorts. Right? We do a lot of it ones. What we do is a lot of sort of process measures. Like we did 5 cohorts. We did this many events. We need outcomes. Outcomes also have to be a part of the discussion. So if we need to adjust the process, ones where it's like, well, we need to have less cohorts. You know why? Because you need to follow that cohort longer to make sure that they get a job. Like, then that's what we need to do. It's not just about volume of numbers. It's about like, are we achieving what we are setting out to achieve?
Okay, thank you. And we, any of our employers who happen to be watching out there, if you are,
we need jobs.
We need folks in our private sector to help partner with us to hire Pathway graduates and participants. So we will keep pushing on that as well.
And our hope too, like you did the work with RFK, like in sort of the RFK work and that's coming up, like that we use some of these opportunities for development where we're trying to get new development in our city to be opportunities for that. But that doesn't mean following people longer, because if people are going to take a chance on our people, we need to stick with them and make sure that it doesn't go poorly so that people are then kind of like, we're not doing that again.
Yeah. Okay, so speaking of focus on outcomes, how are things going with safe passage? Last year, we talked about the need to have more conversations between the safe passage workers and the school communities to ensure that if there was a conflict that was happening inside the building and that was then leaving the school building, that there was some conversation and awareness of that. Have there been improved coordination efforts there, and how do you track success for our safe passage workers and for violence in and around school?
Yeah, there's a lot of routinized discussion. Like I think I put my answers and I'm like, there's a lot of like very specific routinized coordination. There are requirements of at least kind of 2 meetings, right? Like formally between the safe passage workers and schools. And that happened in August. That's one of them. And then there'll be one in the first quarter. But beyond that, I have to find in here where we have all these different coordination meetings, which I would say this, that as a general rule, yes, I have not heard complaints or as many I haven't heard any, but as many concerns from the school community that they're not aware of or not being kind of brought into the conversation about what's happening in and around their schools. And so I think that anecdotally, that's good. In a more formalized fashion, I'm trying to look through our answers here because we laid out all of the different kind of coordination meetings there are every day. And like that is both safe passage and then just, oh, here it is. So we have what we've talked about before, right? Like the daily public safety coordination call and which will kind of discuss anything that came up in the day. There is, then there's a 5:30 call. So there's 1 o'clock, then there's 5:30, and all of that is informed by the discussions that are going on. There's our monthly school leaders public safety meeting, where our school leaders are able to, I do some of them, but Jasmine Bainab, who's the director of our community initiatives, leads every month alongside Ricky Brown and representatives. Now the public charter school board has also now brought on like a safety coordinator to sort of match like Ricky Brown does for DCPS. They participate, DDOT, all of these people, which is kind of another forum for school leaders to raise issues. So I think we've created kind of the routinized, like of daily, and then like a larger like monthly systemic, and then the 2 annuals of large meetings with school leaders and their actual safe passage workers. So I haven't heard that there's any kind of gaps, but that's what we're doing right now. And I think that's working.
Okay, great to hear. Are there trends that you're hearing most commonly come up that are either new or just that we should be aware of with conflicts, especially between kids?
So I talked about this a little bit, like the incidents, we have a lot of incidents. I mean, in some areas are better than others, but we track the unusual incidents, and we had done work to sort of refine the unusual incident form based upon feedback from like the ambassadors. And I said some areas are better than others, and that informs kind of our strategy both with all of our partners, right? Like, so right now, kind of hot areas which remain is Anacostia and Minnesota Avenue. And I think that tracks with sort of the trends in the area, what you hear when you go to ANCs and what you hear from principals. But I mean, it's a much larger proportion of unusual incidents than any other places. So yeah, like, so I think that we use that to for our strategy writ large of, okay, do we need more MPD? Do we need our VIs? Because we use our VIs quite a bit now too to help us in the juvenile space. And that was sort of the goal of having everything coordinated. Like what's going on? Like, like what's driving some of the fighting, a lot of it sports, like as you know, our games. But
I mean, I don't, like, I said this before, our juvenile crime, I would like to see it be as precipitously down as the rest of it, and it isn't. And that, I think we still have some work to do kind of across the board there. I don't,
Are there any other conversations that you're having with the Deputy Mayor for Education around conflict management or mental health needs that
Yeah.
kids are needing in school?
well, so the trainings, so, you know, there's the trainings that are required by this, bill, the Safe Passage Bill, and we worked with, I'm trying to pull them up. We worked with, DME on some of these. So DME is helping us with the reframing conflict. So the trainings, the quarterly, like crisis intervention, those were partnering, the facilitator is DME, is their Learn 24 people. Because whether it's one of them's reframing conflict, one is nonviolent crisis intervention. So kind of using their skill set and what they're observing to help inform our VI training, and they're actually facilitating those. They also are doing our ACT, which is listen, encourage training, and then our youth mental health first aid training. So those are the quarterly. So that integration, I think, is good, like, because they obviously are kind of experts in the space and see what they see there. So that's what I would say about that, is we're trying to use their expertise and observations, and have them be the facilitators of these trainings, which we think will kind of, I think that gets at what you were asking. But
All right, well, thank you. Let's stay in touch on that as we see how else we can marshal resources.
Safe Shores is doing, just so you know, like the facilitators of the training. So it's DME Learn 24 for the quarterlies. The cultural competency, our mayor's office of LGBTQ affairs is doing that for us on just competency generally. And then Safe Shores is doing 2 of our trainings on child abuse and then bystander training. Yeah.
Great. So 2 other grant programs that you know are very
Yes.
important to me. The Safe Commercial Corridors grant and the nonprofit security grants that we started 2 years ago, and then
Safe and secure, we call it.
Safe and secure.
Just everything's going to be safe. We're like passage, safe and secure,
Safe and
commercial
secure.
corridors.
Great.
Yes.
How is that going? How are you measuring success, especially when some of the interventions are more preventative?
Yep.
What does that look like as you evaluate the grantees for another year?
So for safe commercial corridors, like that's, you know, we kind of increase, like that's our, you know, oldest, if you will, like 2 whole years, program. And we've increased the number of grantees each year. And that can bring some consternation, right? Like, cause I do think that what you heard is some of the grants went down a bit. When we started it was, I think we were just focused on downtown and I think Shaw, right? So it was large amounts for them. The next year we increased it. And then this year more people have applied. And so we want to try to get some equity, right? Like, get some equity. So there's been, they're decreased a bit, like, and also, you know, funds.
So how many grantees are receiving the grant?
We have
this
1,
year?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
And so how much are they getting on average?
It's a pretty varied range. The lowest amount is 34,000, and this is based upon what they've submitted and asked for.
Mhm.
And then the highest amount is 182,000.
And these
So-
are all reimbursable grants.
Yes.
So they all have to be organizations that can or have already spent the money.
Do we do any?
It's reimbursable.
It's reimbursable, yeah. So yes. So I mean, I think, yeah.
Yeah. And we've talked about this in past, like I don't know what the right balance is because we have to make sure that the dollars are adhered to appropriately and we don't want to just be, but I do think it is worth raising again that we have areas in the city that don't have a organized entity that has these types of resources to spend to then get the reimbursement for. And so I don't know if the solution is to make it not reimbursable, but I just want us to keep thinking about how we can ensure that we're not just perpetuating the dollars only going to the parts of the city that have that level of organization.
Well, and so what we tried to do, like, so agreed, like there are some that sort of put themselves together, like the Urban Equity Consulting Group got for H Street, right? Which they have a Main Street, but so these folks are like, well, we're like, okay, you're not a Main Street, but like they're gonna do street cleaning and things that need to happen. Great. Like we're not being, like we have people in Union Market, we have.
They're gonna do street cleaning, so street cleaning now,
Oh, is that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do street
For,
cleaning.
for safe commercial quarters, because the safe and clean, like the clean and safe part of it, which is, so if you recall some of the H Street consternation, we're like lighting, like really power washing, which is something that downtown DC bid does. And when we were having the issues in Chinatown, we were like, a lot of it is grime. Like it feels like safety, but it's the grime, like the grime. So we really worked on a schedule for like making sure that was happening. That's something we're like, okay, because when we look at what the issues are in an H Street, we're like, well, it's the feeling, because they're policing or doing the drug things. It's the feeling of griminess that makes people feel like it's unsafe. And we're like, okay. So,
but then how do you compare that to the work of the main streets or clean teams that might be in a crossover?
They don't have enough. Like, so for instance, the H Street, Main Street, like they have some people like twice, like we have tried, and I tell you this, like we, from the mayor on down, has met with business owners repeatedly and the H Street corridor. My office tried to essentially convene, much like we did in Chinatown, like working with the Main Street to try and approximate some of what was happening with the downtown DC bid in Chinatown. It just wasn't really crystallizing. And so this entity recognizing that work with us was like, all right, we'll take it on, because I don't oversee the Main Street, right? Like that's a DLC LBD. But in PSJ, we're like, so like we need to be solution oriented. Like we could just say like, well, Main Street's not getting the street cleaning done, too bad. But we kind of did that for a while, like working all these other things. And we're like, all right, let's see if we can help, to be honest. So that's where that came from.
Okay. And so how much money would you say the need is for this year's budget?
I mean, you know how this is. Like, I can't say what the need is. I think I recognize I'm a deputy mayor. Like, I see the budget. It's tough. And everything is worthy. And it's like the landscape is one that, I mean, I have positions that I haven't filled because I'm trying to sort of like offer up things that would be helpful to freeze so that we're able to do programs in the government. You know what I mean? Like to be that kind of collaborative. So I said this last year, it's like, we'll use everything that we can. But even last year, you knew we had to make changes and reductions when we got here, because it was like, there just isn't the funds for all of these very worthy things. And so, I mean, just like, we're going to do everything that we can, like always, to try and get as much to these grant programs as possible. But this process is very, very difficult. And I mean, just because there's no good solutions that are presented to any of us, but we are going to do our best to cover as much as possible. You heard it's really tough.
Within the public safety cluster, are there areas that you think are better considered to be deprioritized in a tight budget year?
So the thing that's hard about PSJ is that the largest bulk is PS. So of the clusters, we have more than 10,000 FTE, but we are 1.9 or 1.6 billion. So I think we're fourth of the 6 areas, right? So, but we have 37,000 points, more than 10,000 are in PSJ. So our people, right, are what is the largest portion of our budget. And, you know, where we become sort of, if you will, the drag on the budget is overtime, right? We are the overtime drivers. But as you heard say, like, the mayor said it yesterday, like, we have to have corrections officers at DOC. And if we're not able to hire, we got to do overtime. You know, all these events that I listed last year, catastrophic events, national special security events, like all of these things, like our city that's part of being the district. And it's why we fought this year. Like we got 90 million in EPSF, which is the largest amount we've ever got. Like last year it was, I think 40 because it was inauguration, 50, but because all that work we're doing in the White House, is to be like, you know, like the district is putting in a lot to make the federal city go. So we need, like, on the other side, like the federal dollars to as much as possible. And it still may not cover because this is the 250th and, you know, all these things. So it's hard to say what to deprioritize, because if you look at, now I'm going to say this, we do, like, I look at OVSJG, people don't like it, but I know in your colleagues, we said, well, if we reduce access to justice a bit, then we can fund some of these other things. And there's resistance there, right? We have to be proportional here. Like that one grant, I'll just say, is $31 million, right? It's 31 million. That's a lot of money. That $1 million of that could help us do some of these other things, right? So when we make those things, like, there are programs that I think we have to have no sacred cows, that we have to be like, yes, that we were able to do that before, but that if we're going to be able to, like, try to fund all of these worthy things, we're going to have to take some cuts in other places. And so it's very difficult for me. I'm doing everything I can, and like we are doing everything to be like, how do we get overtime down? How do we, like, increase our recruiting?
How do we get overtime down?
So there are things like, one of the things that we are talking about is we're the capital city, and we that's an honor. But the amount of events that we have in our city, we love the events, but they all require staffing. And it's not just the federal ones. We have a lot of 5Ks and we have a lot of these things. And I think HCMA likely talked about our vehicular terrorism task force. That's all, like, how can we use something other than people for safety, right? Like, can we use bollards? Can we, you know, are there design things we can do to reduce the footprint? Because we have a lot of activity, and then there's things we can't plan for, that just being the nation's capital that happen, that we, you know, need to address. We cannot control how many world leaders come here, but they all are here, you know, all the time. So some of that is like, we've got to work on events. We have to, like, we're talking about within the cluster how to do more targeted recruiting just for PSJ and not having it really be on DCHR. Because when, for instance, we did the focused public safety hiring event, DOC got like 40 people in the door. Like, they're not getting that numbers any other place. So we're doing work within the cluster, within PSJ, my office, to be like, okay, let's come up with a plan, a shared service plan for PSJ for recruiting, because that's the biggest thing. We got to have more people. And then the mayor said it's true. We made proposals around paid family leave and others, because those programs are good, but for 24-hour operation agencies like the public safety and justice, the amount of people we have out on a leave program at any given point in time is so tremendous that it's like impossible. It's very difficult to manage. And when we have things like intermittent paid family leave, well, then we don't even have any schedule regularity for the agencies to even manage this all. So there's going to have to be some legislative changes to these programs if we're going to actually get traction. And this is particularly true and particularly pressing in public safety.
Okay. Well, thank you for looking at all that. I do want to just clarify for the record that I do fully support access to justice funding. Last year, I was proposing funding access to justice, part of it, in the revised revenue estimates that we knew would come and did come. But do think that it's a very important part of our public safety goals to make sure.
I do, but
access
it's
to justice
more
is
than
fully
our
funded.
age. It's funded at more than like a combination of my agencies, that it's budget, you know, like is more than several public safety agencies combined. So I just will, you know, I get it. Like, and I'm not denigrating the work. It's just all of this is good and important, but we only have the money we have.
I want to ask you about what some of your goals are for the year around our reentry programs, and how we're thinking about improving access to housing and employment opportunities for folks once they've returned.
Yeah, I mean, I think my biggest, so there's the work that's being done in CJCC on the reentry, but my biggest goal, and I think the thing that has to be worked on most, and that I have within my purview, I can't produce jobs. I can't make housing. Like, those are not practical. And the mayor always says, you can't promise people things you don't have. You can't promise them a job. You can't promise housing. But we have to get information. And one of the drums that I beat all the time in all this federal meetings is there's no reason why we can't at least get information about when people are exiting, or 6 months before, so that we can try to do some transition planning. Because that's the biggest thing, is that if they're not at the DC jail, then it's very difficult to really know when people are coming back. I ran into somebody walking up on the street who was trying to he had been given a bus ticket to DC because that's where he originally was from, but he was trying to get to Germantown and he was trying to walk there. And I connected him with Morgan. I was at the CVS, okay? Like across the street. And I'm like, because he's asking me for instructions and I could see the wristband. Like, that's not helpful to him to dump him in, you know what I mean? Like, they gave him a ticket to Union Station. He's like trying to walk to Germantown. It's not going to happen. But so that's my focus, is the drums that I beat with the Fed about getting this information, which, for better or worse, the federal presence gives us access to those type of conversations where they're like, well, yes or no, or whatever. BOP is been a little bit more of a tougher nut to crack, but I'm continuing to be the drum, because I think that's the biggest thing, is we have to know and be able to do some transition planning for people when they're coming back. Because that's when we see the best successes, as some connectivity. So that's a practical, to me, like, goal and something we should be able to accomplish.
Mm-hmm. Do you think anyone, I shouldn't say anyone, but the federal government would entertain having legislation that requires BOP notification to Morga?
I don't think that they would be opposed to it. Like, I don't remember when this, we do all these like congressional hearings. So at one of them, a Republican representative, I think it was Nichols from North Dakota, was like, this seems to make sense. He's like, I would work with the district on that. And when we're having conversations with all these federal entities, like, everyone's like, no one opposes Privacy Act and those type of things. They're like, of course, why not? So I don't think they would be opposed. It's always been the vehicle of getting things done, but we just have to get it done. Like, and whatever that vehicle looks like. But I do think there would be an appetite for, or there would not be opposition to that from the federal government. I don't.
Okay, so let's work on that.
Yeah.
I like that. Have you heard any updates about the transitional housing to be built?
We try to get the same kind of information. Like, we don't necessarily even get information. It's been a little bit of a mystery about what is going on. And I think we get regularly asked, and I know that Morka does, but we try to get information from CORE, and I think we get the same kind of information that everybody else does, that it's happening, that it's coming, that, but it's obviously been a very long period that they've had this RFA with BOP, with BOP, but we just don't get a lot of information from CORE. So I don't have like a lot, and we're asked, and Morka's asked quite a bit, and they're like, they don't really give it to us. Like,
Okay, well, I'll just add my voice to that, as trying to get some more information about the timeline. It just feels perpetually delayed.
It does, yeah.
There have been a lot of changes and improvements at OUC, and thank you for your focus there. One of the things that is supposed to be happening are these working group meetings with OUC, MPD, Fire and EMS, your office. How often are those taking place, and how often are they taking place, if so?
So they are not taking place now. We had them basically routinized, like, I think it was once a month, for a long period of time, in which we were working on a very specific set of policies that we had agreed upon needed to be addressed. And we did them. Like, so to be honest, like we did those policies. So, and they were ones where there was like rub. And that was really the goal, was like, these are 3 things we need to accomplish together. We need to address these policies. And the working group got to the point where those policies were completed. If there are other things that come up, that I think there's always going to be challenges, right? Like, I think some of the energy and the like, the some of the friction between the agencies is not as present. And I think that part of that is that sometimes it's the personnel that is the ombudsman. I think that right now, the flows and people, there's a good relationship and ability to sort through issues.
I guess one of my worries would be, though, even if it seems like a lot of those issues are resolved, a year can pass and then it'll bubble up again and say, why haven't we been having those coordination meetings? They were set up for that, not just to work out specific policies, but to make sure that there was a vehicle in place, speaking of vehicles, so that as things arise, we can troubleshoot and make sure we're being streamlined.
Well, and I agree that if people were, I am pretty tuned in because our agencies are not like obtuse in letting, and when there's challenges, when there's issues, and when I need to step in to create like sort of a mediation space. So we know, like, we have the forum to do it, and I think it got to the point where it's like, well, we've accomplished what we've accomplished and keep on meeting. There's a lot of working groups. There's a lot of just like things. And so I'm not someone to have like task groups and workforces and working groups and all these things that are not applied to a specific task. If it comes up that we are seeing the type of challenges between any of the agencies in PSJ, we now have a structure where we're like, let's revive the group. But what I won't do is create a space for people to gripe at each other either, right? And we have to be careful about that because that creates animosities that don't need to be there either, where it's just like, okay, like if we're working on a specific issue, fine. But some of these things there's always going to be some tensions between fire and communications. I think that's like a universal truth that I've seen like in the country, okay? Like that there's just tensions there. When the tensions get to a level where it's affecting people's ability to work effectively, that is when I step in. But forums for people to complain, we don't, there are spaces for that I don't want that to be like, or where it becomes like one agency lording over, like those are not, that's not to me. And that was really what I had to kind of work through, is like, this isn't that. This is, we have real policy issues or confusions or lack of understanding or lack of common ground, and we need to address those. But people are professional, and I want to maintain, like, we're professionals. We will not always agree. We will find a way to work together. But like, I need to be careful that we don't create constant therapy sessions, because that's not healthy either. It becomes like gripey at each other.
And look, I don't want to be in the business of micromanaging like who meets with who, but I do think this working group, whatever you want to call it, does feel a little different because of the unique working relationship among and between multiple agencies, not just like when an issue arrives, just every single day. They have to work together.
They do. Yeah.
And so like when issues come up with information sharing or new technology that may be available or a vacancy challenge, like it feels particularly ripe and necessary for those meetings to be consistent so that those personality bubble ups, however you want to call them, don't just go inward within each agency, because I think then over time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That could create a deeper challenge.
Oh, sorry. Okay. All right.
Okay, so I would ask that those be restored. I also just want to make sure you all are still working on the PFC contract.
Oh, it's posted. So we were able to, we got the joint SOP. It was posted January 15th. So it's out on the market, if you will. So yes, we worked together, came to, it took work, but we were able to work together with MPD and Fire EMS and come up with a new statement of work that's streamlined, that the agencies agreed upon, that OCP weighed in on, and it was posted in the middle of January and is open for solicitation right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that concludes my questions today. Thank you and your team for everything. I want to, as always, give you a chance if you have any closing thoughts or anything you want to mention that we didn't get a chance to talk about.
Okay, I mean, I always start where or end where I start, just thanking everybody. This is very, very difficult work. Last year was a really, really hard year. It was a hard year. I this week went to a couple, I don't know, Monday, to the internal recognition ceremony for Fire EMS for the collision. And there was the chair of the NTSB spoke and about sort of the impact of that event on her. And she mentioned that, she wasn't even in the water the whole time. And our people work under tremendous pressure across the public safety and justice cluster. What I didn't mention even in January was we had DOC workers who were being threatened by far right organizations because we had the January 6th people and the release. They were being put on GAB and just horrible things where we had to figure out how to keep them safe just for being corrections officers who had a handful of January 6 people and people thought something else was going on. The district is like no other place, that it's very personal. All the things that I said that we managed, all these national special security events, they're incredibly difficult to pull off, but we know we have to be perfect. We can't have anything go wrong. Like we just can't. And so the missions and driving down crime and taking care of kids and all of these things that the public safety and justice cluster do every single day is unusual. And there's a reason why so many of these agencies last year got awards from their entities as national leaders. And the standards are high in DC. They're very, very high. And they meet and they exceed them and they keep on pushing and working no matter what, no matter whether they're sick. The other thing that people maybe not appreciate is in my time in this seat, I've gone to 4 funerals for people, 4, right? 2 MPD officers in the line of duty desk, fire EMS, and then a National Guard, and we'll have another one because of our fire EMS deputy fire chief who just passed away. There's few places where people give their lives for the work that they do. And that is not a small thing. They literally give their lives for this work. So I cannot say thank you enough to these people who show up. During the storm, they slept at the facilities, across these facilities. OUC, they slept at the OUC, at the jail, at DYRS, right? Like, to make sure that they continue to do this work, right? And we know fire and PD. So I don't ever want anybody to feel like that is taken for granted. We've gone through some very difficult things. 2023 you don't just turn that around. It takes a lot of work. People working, the scrutiny from everybody that's legitimate, from Congress, from the White House, from all these places, and they keep on working. And so I feel like in this seat, I would be remiss if I did not say, first, thank you to the mayor, because the mayor is in this thing, like just at a granular level, really supporting us and like doing whatever's necessary to give us the space to try to do this work that we do. And so I appreciate that. And we appreciate that support when it's not always popular. And then I said it, these directors, these are the best of the best. They are. We haven't lost a single director in public safety and justice in the time that I've been in this seat. And they've had to put some things back together. Like, you guys are top in the agencies, and they've done it. And they keep on doing it. And so my team, when I say other duties as assigned, I mean, they do everything that wouldn't make any sense. And so these are true public servants. And I thank everybody for the work that they do on behalf of this, the best city in the world, the most unique, the most consequential city in the world at one of the most consequential times in our nation's history. Doing the work to keep this thing going is not a small thing. And so from the bottom of my heart, I want the men and women of the public safety and justice cluster and across this government, because they show up for us. They do. They help us, to hear that we are grateful for their work. So that's what I would say.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much. And I echo our gratitude as well, on this committee, on the council, and on behalf of the public, because as we've said often, we've got a lot of dreams and hopes and needs in this city. We can't accomplish any of them unless we have safety. And so thank you for all everyone does in the entire public safety cluster and that you do every day. I know this has not been an easy time, and really, really appreciate all of the humongous effort to protect our city. With that, the time is now 4:52 p.m. and we are adjourned.